Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampleville. We got ourselves something interesting here. We're going to be working on some Song of Ice and Fire miniatures again. Night's Watch Cav. Do I have the card? Ooh, look at this. I even have the card. What are these guys? Ranger Vanguards. So, as you can see, I mean, it's Night's Watch, right? So you're going to want some darker tones. Now, this was actually part of, if I can find it here, I think this is the correct color chart. Here it is. This is the latest color theory and oils video as well. Basically, mostly these 8 colors. Now, of course, I want to get some different colors on the horsies, so we might be throwing in some Terra Rosa here and there, maybe some Van Dyke Brown, Brown Matter, possibly. But for the most part, we're looking to mostly go with that black spinel and then the radiant colors. So that's what this thing was, just those 8 colors. It's really more the horses than anything else where I'm looking to maybe get a wee bit of variety. I've got a couple of them here. There's a couple of these guys. I figured we would just hit these two and see where that takes us maybe. We're going to do a real simple pre-glaze. It's just going to be black spinel and that's it. You can't get any simpler than that. So we're just going to get going here. We got the radiance though. Yellow, turquoise, blue, magenta, violet, green. So we'll be mixing some of those around. Like I said, we'll be throwing every so often. We're going to throw in a bit of the indigo maybe to cool things down. But for the most part, I really want to stick with the radiance in addition to the spinel here. Normally I would do a bunch of different things. Hey, Crazy Wolf, nice to see you. It's Monday. I almost said Happy Friday. It's Friday somewhere, but not on this planet. Yeah. What? Oh, yeah, it's 5 o'clock. So, yeah, it's Friday somewhere, but not on this planet right here. Unless Steela. Maybe it's Steela. So, Crazy Wolf, would you say that it's probably Friday for Steela already since she does, well, live in the future? Way, way, way into the future. Days, months ahead of us, potentially. So, Armored Wolf should be working his way in, too. I think I might have actually forgotten to send him an actual official, hey, I'm going live type thing. AD, nice to see ya. So happy Monday, AD. Well, of course, AD, you know how this goes. The Armored Wolf, sorry I didn't send you the official, here we go. I thought I included that in that last message. But yeah, I think I got things situated as best as they're going to be. Well, look at this, all the way from the west coast of the U.S. instead of the east coast of the Canadas. That's Blades. So, Blades, how the heck are you doing? I hope that I saw the pictures on Insta. It looks like, well, you're going to get a little bit of a tan type experience there. Because looked like there was some sunlight right there. So I hope that it's been a blast. And just kind of a nice little decompression, maybe. I hope so. Hey, Flight of Coconuts. Hey, Flight of Coconuts. It's been a little while. I hope that you're doing good there. I hope that everything is okay. So at Universal Studios, but kind of torched. Maybe a few too much of the UV type rays there. Now, let's see. Was it? Is it SPF or something like that? That's what the different sunscreen lotion type things are rated. SPF. That's the thing. Hey, Happy Heretic, how you doing? Well, Blades. I guess you better be careful at the airport there. If you're glowing too much, they might not let you on the plane. They might just put you in the cargo bay or something like that with things that they think are radioactive or something if you're glowing too much. So, Happy Heretic, here he is. So this is that latest video that I did for the Patreon page with the radiant colors and black spinel. So this is all that went into these 8 colors. That's all that went into this thing, and all the greens and magentas and violets and everything else. That was all done with those 8 colors. Hey, Bina and Warp Drive, dude. Nice to see you. Happy Monday. No longer. Well, I hope that you're able to paint some mechs there. And Bina, nice to see it. Oh, and Bina, thanks for the data on that. So that was the chromatic black that you were talking about there. Oh, actually, Bina, there was another thing I wanted to ask you. So, let me see if we can use something better to point this with. Can you see how ultra matte that is with the black spinel? How did your chromatic black do? And also, how fast did that dry? Those were the two questions I meant to ask you, Bina. I just spaced on that because we had another appointment thing today. So that's the question I forgot to ask you there, Bina. So again, we're going to be doing a lot of the same stuff on these guys. I might want to do one horse, a horse of a different color. Ah, see what I did there? That's what you call a foolie. So AD, how was your day? Actually, AD, I didn't see any alerts for you going live. I wasn't sure if you were going to be going live later tonight or anything like that. So if folks wanted to give you a follow or something like that, they could just they could be ready and waiting for your next round. And of course, AD, if you want to post the box. Actually, how did that go on Sunday, AD? Because that was your latest stream. That's the you were saying you're gonna hit another session on the box there. I hope that I hope it all is going exactly the way you would like it to. I mean, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's gonna be spectacular no matter what. So we're seriously just slapping the black spinel on here. K-Sauce, how you doing? Yeah, Bina, sorry that it's so late here. Ah, man. Yeah, I wanted to do this about an hour ago, but again, we had one of the appointment things today. So trying to get things situated here just takes it. It took a while. Actually, I wasn't even sure entirely if I'd be able to do that at all. Now we're gonna let this sit here. We're gonna let this sit here. Where'd you go? I mean, that's exactly how this. Look at the difference. So you can see you got the greens in the cloak. You can see we actually use the violet on the horse. So a little bit of the green there. We actually mix the radiant red and the radiant yellow here. Some places we mix the radiant green and the radiant red. That's where we came up with the radiant putra. Yes, that's it. 80 might go live, but has the cousins for the next 2 days. You said next couple of days. So yeah, K-Sauce. That was a really fun video, and of course, while we have some of the ones that we were working on, I'm just looking at this. I don't know if it was the use of the radiance or if it was having a little bit of the fast matte white, but it already even looks much more matte than it normally would at that stage of curing. I'm not going to say drying, I'll say curing. All right, let's do a bit more here. So again, Bina, I really do appreciate that because now I can kind of, if somebody asks, right? Somebody asks about chromatic black, we have some info for them. So I really, really, really appreciate that. Hey, Landrest, I knew you were gonna hate this. Hey, Landrest, you might as well just stop watching right now, cause well, you don't want to see this. You don't want to see this at all, right? So Landrest, it should be kind of interesting. Now, I'm thinking on one of these horses, I'm gonna do something. Maybe throw some brown matter or whatever on the horse. But everything else, like all the dudes here, I want to just keep hitting them the same way I did on that first one in the video. I just want to see what happens. I'm curious to say the least. Astrovox, holy smokes, Astrovox, how the heck are you doing? It's nice to see you again. K-Sauce, that's definitely something you don't want to do. First of all, you just don't want to do it for about 4 or 5 really solid reasons. But the other thing is there's no point. There is literally no point. All you're doing is just making it take more time. And you're taking something that's simple and making it a million times more complex, because with the oils, well, you'll see with the cloaks, like with this one here, all you had to do was wipe away the pre-glaze, slap a little bit of lighter color on there, blend it with another brush, it's done. No fooling around with an airbrush, with masks, and was that the airbrush vent. There's no masking of the figure itself, right? It's just you're basically, unfortunately, when you do that, you're taking a two-step process and making it into about a 15-step process. Also, too, the last thing you want is stuff floating around in the air, and you don't want to have to be cleaning that out of your airbrush. It's just an extra pain in the backside, to put it mildly. So there's no need to begin with, really no need at all, because you're gonna get smoother blends this way than you're ever gonna get with an airbrush, because you can be so targeted, like literally boom, right on a tiny little spot, and it works really so well. So Astrovox, it's definitely been, well, really the last 2.5 months now. Actually, it's been almost the last 3 months. But the last 2.5 definitely were, they registered really high on the Richter scale. Yeah, that's for sure. They were, they were very much in the no bueno category, I would say. Hopefully a little bit less crazy for you. So K-Sauce, there's no self-leveling. You're not using that much. You're using less oil paint than you're using acrylic paint. It's almost as thin as if you were applying it with an airbrush. Hey, Dr. Tentacle, how you doing? Yeah, Astrovox. Actually, even today there was another appointment thing today, so that's why this is a little bit later here than I would have wanted it to be. Happy Heretic, unfortunately, that's not going to be resolved anytime soon. In fact, that is kind of just, well, the foreseeable future. I wish it was different, unfortunately. Everybody, please check out the picture that AD posted. So AD Creations working on an amazing project. Everybody, please go check out that Insta link there. Well, Landrest, you know exactly how fast this is because you've already done this. Yeah. How many would you say that you've of your Night's Watch that you say you were able to knock out this way right here? A ton of them now, right? I mean, geez, you're gonna have that whole army's gonna be done pretty darn soon. Wouldn't you say? There's not that many more units. Well, I guess, did you get any war machines, like the Scorpion or the Catapult or whatever? I'm glad that you're able to get some new paints there, Astrovox. I mean, that's always exciting. You never know what kind of fun new things you can do with those. Well, Dr. Tentacle, of course, nice to have you in here. So a unit on actually Landrest. I do have that box that we were talking about with the mounted unit attachment. I think he's got to be a unit attachment. He's not an NCU. All right, so there. Now, see how that's already starting to set. See how that's less glossy than this is? So neither of these is dry, but this one is what we call more set. So for people who are like, well, how do I know what's set? Especially if it's more of a glazy thing like this, if it's not so glossy anymore, that means it is set. Well, I'm glad that you got the Egyptian Violet there, Astrovox. It just does such amazing things. And it really doesn't matter what, even like in the golds here, you mix that with the Egyptian Violet. Astrovox, I don't know if you've seen that tutorial right there. Okay, so is it just those two Landress, the Catapult and the Scorpion? Let's see, I think we're caught up there. Well, Happy Heretic, now of course there is that possibility that maybe I try and stream during the day. Now, of course, this Tuesday and Wednesday during the day, I've got to move all kinds of furniture around. I mean, it's going to be pretty darn intense. Uh, if I wasn't doing that, I would actually maybe try to do a daytime stream tomorrow or Wednesday. Well, I guess it kind of depends. But since obviously Kathy won't be doing the daytime streaming for quite a while, at least not in the old form. So here, let's take some of this away. Right here, just doing that little bit. So you can see, and now that's black spinel. If you were doing that with ivory black or one of the cheap, nasty black colors or something like that, you wouldn't even get that much. Hey, Ninja Kitten, how you doing? Actually, Ninja Kitten, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Because Ninja Kitten, believe it or not, I mean, it's like it's a glorified TV table. To us, it's like miraculous because it wouldn't just allow Kathy to do about a million things in a more comfortable way. It could actually let me work in there because I think we have at least two of those we were trying to get. So it could also actually let me get some work done because right now, unless I'm streaming or maybe editing a video, I can't do any work. So believe it or not, that's how critical those things are. So that is the importance of your generosity, and of course, all the folks that have contributed to this, to the other Amazon wish list. I do actually have an Amazon wish list. It's the same kind of stuff, right? The same. Wait a minute, this is what you're excited about? Seriously? I mean, when you look at that, it's like, wow, Jim gets really excited about outlet strips. Seriously, we get overjoyed when one of those shows up. It's like, hey, look at this, a specially designed pillow for under your upper body to prop you up, to do circulation a certain way. We get really excited about those things. Well, Ninja Kitten, I hope that, well, then you know that the posture and how all those things that where pain kind of affects weird area that you don't think so. So I do hope that you're able to find just ways to, oh, what would you say, just kind of keep it to a low roar. Because that's about the best you can kind of do, right, Ninja Kitten? You just say, well, okay, it's not, maybe it's not going to be ideal, but if I can make it a little bit less intense, and I hope that you're able to make things less intense. Wow, well, Ninja Kitten, that's really huge. I do appreciate that. Hey, Kalis, how you doing? Yeah, Ninja Kitten, that's it's like it's stealing parts of your day, right? Because it doesn't. It's not like, oh, I'm just gonna go to sleep fatigue. It's just that mind-numbing kind of fatigue, where you can't concentrate on things, even though you're awake, and maybe not even able to sleep. Kind of a tricksy situation there, right? Where it's like, yeah, a nap not gonna do it. Yeah, this not quite so simple, is it? Well, Astrovox, I'm glad that you found a few, but it is, oh gosh, and for the folks, I'm sure there will be folks that say, look, if you can get a little bit here and a little bit there, those little bits can combine to reduce the overall. And even reducing the overall just a little smidge at a time, for whatever reason, it almost has its own little snowball effect, just like how the pain stuff can have its own snowball effect. Reversing it has to be taken in little chunks too. Hey, Zip Zap, how you doing? So this is the black spinel, and this was our last video right here. So this figure right here was done with just these 8 colors: the white, 6 radiance, and black spinel right here. Ninja Kitten, I'm glad that you can have that too, because I know some folks whether it's back strain, arm, but whatever. Well, even Kathy, she couldn't hold this right now. Yeah, she couldn't even hold this right now. So, it's really, it's a thief, right? Pain is a thief, is it not? So I'm just gonna scroll up here, make sure I didn't miss anything. So K-Sauce, as always, it's the Badger Steiner Rest Primer. I just brush it on. Now, of course, if you're painting, where's my? Oh, it's over here somewhere. Ah, there you are. Now, here, let's look at this. So I know this stuff right here, the 3D printed stuff, you could literally just paint the oils on there. And of course, now I don't have it here, but there was, in my latest army painting series, there was one figure where half of it wasn't primed, and I was in the middle of a painting video, so I said, the heck with it, let's see what happens. And this was GW plastic, and the oils went on there, and they're fine. I wouldn't recommend not priming a miniature first, but I was even able to do pre-glaze on it, yeah, even without the primer. So I hope we're all caught up. I'm sorry if I missed anything there. Um, so yeah, here let's. You know what? Let's just. We're talking about that little bit of the Terra Rosa, maybe. No, no. We'll go this way. Little bit of that brown matter, perhaps. And a little of this get in there. Oh, this is well, it's kind of like burnt umber. Where did that go? It's like we're almost making this color right here. Hey, this Mechanic Games, how you doing? So this Mechanic Games, I don't get those locally. I just get them off of Amazon, and they're latex-free sponges, and they're in this triangle form, latex-free. I think. Oh gosh, what's the name of it? What is the name of it again? Oh, a Fanta C, SEA. That's what they're called. Yeah. And K-Sauce, definitely start out slow, start out small. Don't break the bank. Just get a few. And when you're doing your first oil painting, I would really suggest you just do maybe even one dark color, one light color. Don't stress it. Don't make it too difficult that first time around. And of course, Dick Blick always has a sale going on. I mean, literally always a sale. I just wait for things, brushes, paints, whatever. Let them go on sale. Dick Blick, put them on sale, and then boom, then capitalize. Yeah, actually, this Mechanic Games, I might need to start getting some of them myself. And of course, folks were generous, and they had sent some of those as part of my other Amazon wish list there. I guess we're gonna have to pick up some more of those guys. We're gonna need them, no doubt about it. So there, I just played around with a little bit of, again, the brown matter. Now we're gonna shove this one off to the side here. Let's get over to this guy now. And let's go a little bit darker with, hey, Sakaya, holy smokes. So this Mechanic Games, yeah, this Mechanic Games, I don't know, hopefully you're not, yeah, you can't be talking about this one, right? Well, there's a 10 color version of this. The Wintons should only be about 26 bucks. Now, as far as the artist oils go, if you're going to get the artist oils, you could just get some individual ones instead of, yeah, you could just get yourself some individual ones. Yeah, you could do that, and, oh. No. Let's see if we can get some of this Terra Rosa going here. Sakaya, one of the things I wanted to see is that, or ask, or find out, or whatever, is the umber from Williamsburg more staining than the umber from, say, Windsor Newton? Uh, because, was it Van Dyke Brown? Windsor Newton's is almost like umber, whereas Gamlin's is kind of almost like a very neutral dark color, whereas the Williamsburg is even more staining, but it also is a bit more on the warm side. So three Van Dyke Browns, three different artist colors, three different, fairly different, I want to say, results. So yeah, that's that's kind of interesting that you have that much difference between them. And well, of course, this mechanic, you can't go wrong with some 2D art, right? Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with some 2D art at all. All right, we're going to let you go over there. And of course, this was our latest one right here. And this is one of our latest tutorial videos. All the same colors. Seriously, all the same colors that were used on this were used on this one. So, well, you know, this mechanic, you've seen me talk about how so many times, right? There's just no difference between them. Now, look at this. So you can see how this one has that, because there's some thinner in there. You see how this one just does not have that. It's got a little bit less of the sheen, right? Oh, and Sakaya. Let me see if I can grab these two. My next video, I already filmed the next. Oh, yeah. So the next installment of Series 4 was filmed. It was all about Rust. It was the very first video that just focused on Rust and mass quantities too. Not just the figures, but also the Skelly friends on the bases. So that's going to be edited and rendered tonight. This is going to be the very next video. This is going to be a color theory in oils. We're going to compare this to cerulean blue, and we're going to compare this to our ultramarine from Windsor Newton. Although looking at this, I'm not holding out much hope for that one right there. I don't think it's going to be super fantastic. So I think we're all caught up, right? And again, if I miss anything in the chat, just kind of do the highlight message to me or something like that, or just type it in again. I know that's frustrating, but if you just want to do that, it would be easy, easier for me anyway, because again, kind of a bit on the distracted side. Oh, what are we doing here? Spinel, underside of the cloak here. And I'm pretty sure, where the heck is my other one here? Yeah, greenish on the cloak. So let's do that. Actually, AD, if you wanted to post your box again, there's more folks. Everybody, please again give AD creations that follow. Please do that. AD does some really, really, really original and fun sculpting, so you'll definitely want to check that out. Automese, how you doing? Oh, that's actually, if you want to ever send me some Insta pics or something like that, you know, I mean, I'm just Wapelius on Instagram there. You could always send me a pic and just say, hey, check this out. Of course, Automese, did you ever post anything to the Miniatures Painting Guild? Because that's where people do stuff like that. We got a Megan, we got a Quiz, we got Blades, Megan, Quiz, we got all the fun folks in here. Megan, how you doing? And Quiz, thank you so much for the bits. Thank you so much. That is appreciated. So it's muted palette time. Muted palette time. I'm glad I actually got the third one primed there, because who knows? Maybe we actually get to the third one too. That would be a record, and we would get them all painted before Landras gets home. That's the goal. Is that our evil goal? Is to get all this stuff painted before Landras gets home from his walk? Can we do it? Can we can we paint most of it? Song of Ice and Fire Cavalry in it before Landras gets home from his walk. Let's see. Yeah, actually, what's funny is because everything was running so late here, I've discovered that the fan that I use to keep the router from getting too warm is actually it's just good enough to set these guys in front of and actually dry the primer faster. So yeah, I literally just stuck this in front of a fan and the primer dried faster. Yay for me. Yay from you know what? I could have gone great. Now we'll save the last one. So this last one we'll do the old dapple gray maybe on that last one there cuz you know Night's Watch. So well, Queez, I guess do you have any units that you're working on for your next game or is the painting pretty much set and now you're just you're ready there to shall we say crush the dreams of your enemies or an enemies? I mean, you know you could be have a beef against sea anemones or whatever, and be crushing them too. Now blades. I hope that you've been able to also to kind of just have some nice visiting with the friend there, and they kind of feel a little bit better too. Oh, what the heck! I'll throw a little bit of green onto that, just cause. So Landress says that that goal has been foiled already. Landress just says, "Nope, no, you ain't finishing those without me," because he just walked in the door. Or maybe he just says, maybe he's just trying to fool us. Maybe he's just trying to fool us. He says, "Oh man, I'll just tell him, don't worry about it. Take your time, take your time." He's actually probably just started his walk, and it's all just part of his evil plan. Zip Zap, that color sure as heck does. Where's our other one here? Oh gosh, that's going to be really hard to grab without knocking everything down. We'll try it anyways. This one was really interesting because there was no source lighting on there, and then we had so much fun with that reflection on the inside because you got with this wing, that wing, everywhere a wing, plus also the body here. So it was really fun. Sorry, reflecting all the light into that. Let me wait a minute. What just flew off here? Let me make sure nothing just went flying there. Okay. Hey Drax. On the TV. So Drax. I'm sorry. Landress. That the new hobby setup. Very impressive. Also, of course, it's pretty wild to see those old Facebook memories, right? Let's see. Oh, and I rolled so many ones. Yeah, quiz. Yeah, that sounds familiar. So everybody, please give Drax a follow. And of course, Drax will be streaming. Oh gosh, Drax should be streaming about 3 hours, right? So everybody, please give Drax a follow because you're definitely gonna want to check out Drax. And Drax, just let everybody know what you'll be working on. Now, I assume, well, you're still. It's the. Oh gosh, it's not the Neko stuff, right? I know you had gone to doing a little bit of the Neko stuff just to get a little bit of a refresher from some of the other things, and of course, well, you got your own vampire counts that you've been working on. Oh, back. Okay, so back to the vamps then. Back to yield vamps. Okay, let's just throw some of that green over there. Now on this one, maybe this is the one. I don't know. Let me do something here. What do we got? Nothing on there. Okay. See if I can grab a little more Terra Rosa here. That never gets old. Yeah, Landrest. Well, of course those were looking pretty nifty. So Drax, this is a unit of Ranger Vanguards, Night's Watch here, or Resurrection Queens as we call them. And this was the one that I did the latest coat. Actually, this is the video I just posted right here. So this was the first one. We did this one with just the Radiance and the Black Spinel. So just these 7 colors. That's it. That's it. And Bina did the same exercise with chromatic black, and wasn't quite as dark as, say, the black spinel was. Not quite so dark. Actually, Drex, they have a new mountain that rides. And actually, I've got that sculpt. I will, well, hopefully now, when Ninja Kitten's table arrives in another set, that gives us the chance to maybe start literally just filing away some of the mold lines and drilling some holes in feet and stuff like that so that we can actually just keep the prepping of figures going. Rotron, how you doing? Glad that you were able to get one of your characters done. Now, I guess, what was the class, right? That's the, is it a bard or a rogue or a sorcerer or, was it barbarian? Is it a cross-classed gnome barbarian bard? That wouldn't be challenging at all to play. A gnome barbarian bard? Yes, the gnome barbarian. It rages and then it hits somebody in the ankle or something like that. Yeah, that's what and it got a little pointy hat. So it's a tiefling rogue with a little, some swashbuckler. Now, Rotron, obviously, let's see, Dark Sword, Reaper, they have so many different figs, right? Hopefully you were able to find just the right fig that to match your character. Okay, we're just hitting this with some of these Terra Rosa here. Just a little bit of that. Get this way too. Maybe not so much on the tail per se. Here was this. I'm gonna do that up here. I'm gonna hit this the hair, I suppose, while we're at it here. Well, Rotron, you maybe it's not a bad idea sometimes to just look around, do the Googles, look around, see what other kind of people have done with tieflings. You could end up seeing something that you really like as a good idea. So that's kind of a good starting point. Is just kind of look around, not necessarily just painted miniatures, but just look for pictures of tieflings, and you might just see an idea. Might see an idea for that. Thank you so much, Bugbear. Appreciate that. Hello, little hobbits. So why aren't you guys guarding the Shire? It's like, what's the Shire? Dude, stop it with the weed. You're in the wrong universe. Thank you so much, Bugbear. Appreciate that. So we're just taking this slightly lighter version of our Toro. So you can see that darker color that's working its way onto the brush, right? Slightly lighter, but letting the legs stay darker down there. Maybe a bit here on the horse's head. And of course, we could always do some kind of texture on this too. Hey, Emerald Sun. So sorry, Emerald Sun, that the schedule has been really messed up. Really messed up. I'm kind of hoping that maybe at least for the next 2 weeks, I'm not going to say nothing's going to be normal, but well, they're just with no appointments over the next 2 weeks, I think. That now, of course, there's a lot of work to be done on the house here to get things ready, but hopefully, maybe we can get back to some level of, well, not normalcy, but less crazy. That's what we're looking for. That is well, that's kind of the thing. Learning what not to do. Actually, oh gosh, where's those Greyjoy? Oh, here we go. So actually here, when I did this video with, it was when I was trying to make the reeds out of the twine, I learned exactly what not to do. And you can see it, I mean, you can just watch the video. Things did not go the way I wanted them to at all. I mean, not even close. Yeah, things just did not work out the way they were supposed to. But I mean, that's all good. That's okay. Oh, no problem, Emerald Sun. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's kind of why we had to do one of these right here. Hey, Joy of Painting Minis. Wow. Hey, Joy of Paint. Everybody, please give Joy of Painting Minis a follow. And hey, of course, if you want to post any of your recent stuff, work in progress things or anything like that in the chat. I mean, geez, you've been in here plenty of times, plenty of times. So please go ahead and do that. Let's see. And of course, check it out. So I did nothing but rust on all the infantry, all the cab, all that kind of stuff. There was an entire like hour and a half of just all really working very intensively with rust and corrosion. So hopefully that could be also helpful for some future projects. So Emerald Sun, they are all from Gamlin. And fortunately, they're only Series 2. Obviously, it's a little bit more than the cheapest, right? But really not too bad. And of course, Emerald Sun, if you're going to just start out with 3, the green, the violet, and the turquoise. I love the other ones, but those 3, target those first, and then expand to, say, maybe the blue and the yellow from there. Then maybe the magenta, something, or red. I don't necessarily think both of them. I think you could choose one or the other. I think you'd be pretty well off with just one or the other. I don't think you really need to dive into both right there. Okay. Well, Joy of Painting Minis. That no matter what, everybody, please give Joy of Painting Minis a follow, because Joy of Painting Minis is kind of a fellow late night painter. So we always want to support our fellow late nighters. Yes, indeed. They're not fluorescent, Emerald Sun. They're not fluorescent. You're familiar with remember the Brilliant Yellow Pale? How much we love this. It's almost like different colors of this. It actually helps things dry matter and flatter. It also helps them dry a little bit faster. We don't know why. We have no idea why that happens. It just does. So there's sort of weird secondary properties that we just haven't really figured out what the heck they do or why they do that. But Astrovox is so I guess the Astrovox it will A, depend how early in the morning, and then B, you know, obviously for me early in the morning in one time zone, whole different things. I guess it's very dependent on time zone, isn't it, Astrovox? Yeah, and of course, Happy Heretic. It is nice to see you the last couple of streams, and again, I'm sorry that it's all been verschmizzled. That's a very technical term right there. Yeah, see, like Joy of Painting Minute says, somebody's got to keep Twitch working in the middle of the night. Yes, indeed. So, Hot, I don't do these, there's no sub-assembly on these. They all come like this. Now, obviously, I cut them off the original base and put them on these. But all of the Song of Ice and Fire stuff is one piece. Obviously, a lot of printed stuff is all one piece, right? I mean, that's why I love the 3D printing, because it mostly comes in one piece. But of course, with the oil paints, it's so easy to do what we call blind blending and just get down into those crevices and such that there's no need to do the subassembly. And also, too, subassembly has its own issues because, well, here, I mean, let's just use this for an example. All right. So we got this. No, wrong one. This one. So see the reflections on the carapace or whatever you want to call that, the armor back there. If the wings were painted separately and then stuck on afterwards, I would go, oh wait, they should be reflected on that metal. But since the wings are already there in place, it basically said, look, you got to reflect these things. If they weren't there,
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my
it would have been
gums.
out of sight, out of mind. And thank you so much, Rio Fielder. How are you doing? Thank you so much for that follow. We got ourselves. It's like, dude, still not, still not Lord of the Rings. It's like, well, I don't know. You look a little bit burly, but I don't know. You still could be a Ranger of Ithilien. It's like, nope, not Dunedain either. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, Astrovox. Well, I remember finding out years ago because Kathy was on the farthest end of the Central Time Zone, and of course we're pretty much on the furthest end of the eastern side of the Central Time Zone. I couldn't believe she was still in the Central Time Zone. I thought for sure she had gone beyond the border of the Central Time Zone, but nope, she was still in the Central Time Zone. Now, Happy Heretic, is that the original AOS? Sorry, Song of Ice and Fire starter? Well, that's that sounds interesting out of context. Or is it the new one that they made? Because I do have the new one. They did send those to me. All right, that's enough on that particular horsey there. Let's start to get into some of the other stuff here. So Astrovox only has to travel over one county in the Upper Peninsula, and all of a sudden, poof, into a foreign nation of a different time zone. So the old original one. Yeah, I've never opened up. I have them. I haven't opened them up yet. Oh, let's slam some darks down in here, shall we? Same over here. Same up there. All right. Yeah, the Happy Heretic. These figs, they really can be a bargain, can't they? I mean, you can get some of this stuff for pennies on the dollar. I still don't. Well, I don't want to say I don't know how it manages to survive, but somehow they keep cranking out new stuff. And of course, you don't even have to use the miniatures for the game, right? Don't have to. Alright, I'm just going to darken that down again before we come back in with some lights here. Now, Emerald Sun, I don't really mess with the drying times with that sort of stuff. What's interesting is to just things like the radiance. For whatever reason, those actually kind of help things dry a little bit faster. Again, I don't know why, they just sort of do. But I don't use any liquid or anything like that. I know a few folks they have. I don't need things to dry that faster like that. If it's a deadline issue or something, that's when I'll just say, okay, fine. We'll just hit it with acrylics. It's got to be dry. We'll just do the acrylics on it. So Happy Heretic, would you say that the average box, the average unit box, I mean, I know some are less because they're older or they're not cat or something like that, but wouldn't you say you could get the kind of the average box for about 20 something bucks, maybe 23 bucks for, say, a unit of 12, 13, and well, then 20 bucks for a unit of, I don't know, 4 cav, right? Where's my, oh, there you are. There you are. That's what I'm looking for. Hey, Cromnia, it's nice to see ya. Now, Cromnia, is that supposed to be another? What would you say? Is that like a 4-unit box? Those type of what would you call them? Army starter boxes. Do they have 3 units and then unit attachments and NCUs? Or do they have 4 units in them? I think it's 3 and then a bunch of NCUs and attachments, right? Again, I could be totally wrong. So typically in that 20-30 bucks range then on the units. I know you could probably get units of like say Lannister crossbowmen and pyromancers for 17-15 bucks or something maybe. Hey Marco, nice to see ya. I think we're almost good, but yeah, I can't remember if it's 3 or 4. Okay, so well, I'm gonna have to keep after. I'll have to just keep after Jim then, and say, hey, whenever those things are around, you better send those this way so that we can paint them on stream. Can't paint them on stream if they ain't here. And of course, that conquest stuff. Apparently, I'm sure that's still being held hostage by FedEx. So that's still in Memphis somewhere. I got Knights Watch and Veterans Watch for 50. Now is that in Canadian or is that in U.S.? Now, of course, it all depends too, what those units are, and I guess the age of them, right? If they're older units, well, probably, well, could be very very inexpensive, for sure. Okay, that brush just went flying out of my hand. Don't even know where. Oh, there it is. There you are. Let's start using some of our radiant turquoise. This way, yeah. Let's hit the side of it with that. So something like this. Something like that. Okay. Oh, hey, Midwest Miniature Guy. How the heck are you doing? If everybody could please give Midwest Miniature Guy a follow. Sorry, Midwest Miniature Guy. I just completely spaced on that. I did not get you a proper greeting. Sorry about that. Yeah, and actually, Midwest Miniature Guy, if you want to post a link to stuff that maybe you've been working on stream or whatever, any current projects. Yeah, so, sorry, I just kind of spaced on all that. Just
Hello,
very much
little
in a
hobbits.
daze.
Spark my ganja.
Kind of like this guy right here. So he's like, wait. I'm supposed to be like the king of horses, right? Like the prince of all horses. Why is this guy so much bigger than me? Thank you so. Hey, Dr. Rhino, we got a doctor in the house. Speaking of doctors, hey Mando, nice to see you, Mando. Thank you so
Hello,
much for
little
that follow.
hobbits. Spark my
And
ganja.
mubbing through the universe. So thank you so much. And Faust Deimos, hello, little hobbits. Dude, wrong universe. It's like, I don't know. It's like you got a cloak, you got a
Hello, little
horse. I mean,
hobbits.
how's that
Spark
not Lord of
my
the Rings?
ganja.
I thought that was like the original fantasy thing. It's like, dude, lay off the weed. Thank you so much, Mando. Appreciate the follows, everybody. And Cosmic Leviathan. Hey, Paint Laker. How you doing? Nice to see you, too. Nurgle, Matthew. So, Dr. Rhino, I hope that you're doing well. Now, of course, what we're trying to do here is we are painting some of these guys here. Ranger Vanguards. These are from Song of Ice and Fire. Now, we did one of these in a tutorial video. And here's even the little color chart that goes along with it. So we're working with oil paints here. You can see that's obviously a much more compressed palette, as we would like to call it, than say, oh, I don't know, this, with a little bit of object source lighting on it. So here's some of our latest stuff. That one right there. And this one right there. Hey, Crypt Shadow, thank you so much. So this was another one of our latest right here. That's a 3D printed piece. Lots of fun reflections on that. We're going to get Crypt Shadow, one of these right here. Thank you, Crypt Shadow. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Well, I'm glad that you've been able to see. Did you go all the way back to the pre-glaze there, Nurgle? Because, well, you know how much we love our pre-glaze. Now here's some more really fun, totally, well, 3D printed. Not just the figure, but look at these lovely 3D printed basing bits that are on here, like so. Thank you, Mando. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. And of course, well, just for old time's sake and just for funsies here. Let me see. Oh, wait. There they are. Look at that. Mandalorians. Yes. We painted all those up on stream. and that was a blast because they were also done with the TMM. Let's see. Let me see. Oh, thanks, Tea Time. So, yeah, here's another one. So this one, I don't know. This was about, what would you say, 5-ish hours or so. Again, all painted with the oils. We're using regular artist oils here. So that was about 5-ish hours. This one, probably about 4.5, 5 hours, something like that. This is a print from Lost Kingdoms. Yep, Lost Kingdoms, right there. So really enjoy that. But we also will sometimes paint in, well, 2 dimensions. Here's some of our most recent paintings here that we've done. And we've done at least a couple of dozen of these landscapes of Middle Earth. Guess what? With the exact same paints that we're using right now on these miniatures. As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing different between a miniature, a vehicle, small scale, large scale, bust. I don't care, because look at here, there's a bust. See? Doesn't matter whether it's that, doesn't matter whether it's this. It's all done with the oils, and it's all done on, well, on stream, videos, you name it. Mando, actually, you can go back and watch all those. I also have a 1 or 2 videos on the YouTube channel. I think I have one video on the YouTube channel, yes, of painting the Mandalorians there too. So you can go back and check them out. They're all past sessions. Let's see. And there's another. Again, we love our object source lighting. Here's another 3D print. This is a bit of the off-camera style lighting. This is what we would say is more of an on-camera light style right here. So, because you can see it here, and as we turn her around, all of a sudden, transitions to boom, like so. Let me see. Hey, tea time. Nice to see ya. Now, what we're going to do here is try and get in maybe some of our indigo, a little bit of the Van Dyke brown, I think. And we're just going to come back and do a few little edges right here now that we're starting to get our skin tone or our fur tone on our horse set right there. And of course, this is the cavalry channel. It is because, oh, here we are. So we painted all these up on stream right here. These are the high guard riders from the Baratheons. So that was fun. Did all that stuff on stream. Then of course, oh gosh, what are they? Here they are. Here you guys are. These are Free Folk right here. Also against Song of Ice and Fire. A little bit of magnetization, of course, and of course the crushed glass snow from Armored Wolf, aka the replica nature. We also love to do a little bit of dioramas. This is what, a 4-video series between the painting and all of the water effects and building up the rocks and such. So again, we really love the dioramas. Could do those all day long. Can't get enough of them. Let's see. Let's do a bit. Yeah, I'm going to do some on the bottom right here. And then we're just going to let this get mixed in with some of that dark right here. This is our palette, right? Why would I bother mixing colors on the palette when I could just do it right here, right there on the miniature itself? Now, actually, oh, so Dr. Rhino, is it a... It's not a diorama for a conquest unit, is it? And of course, Dr. Rhino, if you want to post any work in progress stuff or whatever in the chat, you know the deal. That's always fine to do that. And everybody, of course, please give Dr. Rhino a follow. I'm sure you all are. If you're watching streams at this time and this day, you're probably already following Dr. Rhino. Here, let me just take a blending brush to this. Okay, oh, the Titan of Body miniature from Creature Caster. Boy, I haven't seen any Creature Caster stuff in a long time. And everybody, please check out, again, Dr. Rhino. Dr. Rhino just posted a Discord link there. Everybody, please go check that out. And, of course, Like I was saying before, definitely give Dr. Rhino a follow. So here we're just going to go blam like so, boom. Delicate precision brushstrokes. So now that we got all those ugly, nasty brushstrokes on there, we're going to take something like this here. Do a little bit of tap, 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 some stippling. So K-Sauce, this is why we don't need to be fooling around with an airbrush anymore, because you saw that just took about 2 seconds to completely change that around. Oh, guess what? Same over there. Same over here. Look at this. Big old nasty whatever. Not anymore. Little bit of tap, 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 and that's all gone. Hey, Velfera. So actually, Velfera, nice to see you in here. I think I sent you a message about today, Velfera. Yeah, I'll message you more about it tomorrow. It's baffling, and I'm sure that that's probably not you're not super unfamiliar with that. So yeah, I'll shoot you some messages tomorrow about that. Here, let me see something. What? Wait a minute. There we go. Hey, Bogalicious, how you doing? So Bogalicious, it doesn't work the way it does, obviously, with the acrylics. You're going to do something like a pin line wash. Yeah, you can't just go. Now, of course, if you let the stuff dry in between, well, then you could. Well, actually, not only could you glaze sort of like you could with acrylics, but just so much easier and so much better, actually. Oh, thanks, Mando. Appreciate that. And of course, uh, Mubin, it's going to depend on a couple of things. The colors that you use. Now, these radiant colors, they do not take very long to dry, even though they're opaque. The more paint you slap on this thing, the longer it's going to take to dry. Of course, the more used to the oils you get, the less paint you're slapping on there. So it just takes less and less and less time. If you're going to be using cadmium colors, it's going to take longer. Cadmium colors take a long time to dry. It's just kind of the nature of the beast, but you don't have to use cadmiums. Some colors like reds just naturally take longer to dry. I've had miniatures be dry in 6 hours. I've had miniatures that took 2 or 3 days to dry. If it's taken a month or two to dry, well, then that's because there's A, too much paint on there, B, there's too much paint on there, C, there's too much paint on there, and D, there's probably some colors that also take longer to dry. So there's you kind of sense the theme there, right? You sense a theme building. So Velfera, let me try and get you. Oh, hey Grumdy, let me try and get you a film noir here. And wait a minute. Let's just use these two right here. So we'll use these two again. These are two very recent videos here, and let's do a little bit of film noir on them. Boom for Velfera. So here, see how the rust just disappears? There's no rust there. Also here, there's nothing different with the values, but now you don't have the subtle greens, the violets, or anything like that. We'll bring it back. Watch the rust color return. See that? Look at that rust color comes back. The value of that rust color is no different than any of these. It's no different than the green. It's no different than the metal. What it is a different temperature. It's an orange as opposed to just another gray. So Grundy, how you doing? Let me see. All right, Tea Time, you have a good one, and thank you so much for joining. I appreciate that. So I think we're almost caught up there. So again, if I missed anything, you can always just ask the question again. Don't feel bad about asking the question again. Sometimes the chat gets kind of busy and things get scrolled past. So want to make sure that we can answer people's questions for sure. Now, Valfera, it's all about, well, you've seen it so many times before, right? You've seen it happen where all it takes is just that little bit of color contrast as opposed to value You can have well, I don't want to say you could have a miniature with all the same value running across it, but you could have certain parts of that with all the same value and still be able to have quite a few differences just based on red versus green, that sort of contrast. Oh, thanks, AD. Grumdy, I usually just let it dry. Now, of course, see something like this where it's just a black spinel pre-glaze. After an hour or two, even though it's not dry, I think it's set enough. Well, especially if it's armored wolf grass tufts, gluing the stuff, it can be a bit of a bugger, I think. So I think we're all caught up there. And thank you so much, Grumdy, for that sub. Geez, I forgot to do this. Thank you so much. Here, let me get this fan pointed at me here. No wonder. Alright, so yeah, the cadmium colors, they're going to take longer to drive, but we just don't use the cadmiums that much anymore. Mostly because they're on the pricier side, and I've been trying to come up with cheaper alternatives for folks, and well, guess what? That's pretty much things like brilliant yellow pale or even white mixed with, say, Indian yellow. Is it the same as cadmium yellow? Probably not, but it's close enough and for a significantly less price. All right, well, Mando, thanks for joining. So, Mando, we typically do a really late night. Well, here it starts at about midnight or so. That's the 2D art stream. And of course, man, you can check out all of the past streams. You want to see those Mandalorians? Like I said, you can just go into the highlight section, and it should be all of those should be saved as full-on sessions. So almost like a YouTube channel. I think we're all. Oh, yeah, the Grumdy. Thank you so much, especially. Well, I think today is pretty much the last day where Twitch is going to be counting, or Amazon, or whoever it is doing the counting. I think pretty much today is the last day for this month. Yeah, because usually by the 11th, that's when they say, okay, that's it. We'll just start calculating for next month. Hey, Muse's Touch, nice to see you again. Oh, well, thanks, Mando. Yeah, again, the YouTube channel, there's tons of stuff there. So Astrovox, I don't know if you've been seeing the tutorials or not, but the Naphthol Red is something that we've been using more of. Part of it is that we found that is actually, and even Gamlen's version of the Naphthol Red actually has some staining properties to it. So it actually has a little bit of staining properties to it. Now, so Grumdy, I did the next painting tutorial on it's just all about rust, so that should be really fun. But Grumdy, if you could please post your Daughters of Cain and some of your oil painted stuff there, so that people could get a look at that and see what's possible with the oils. And these are award-winning things that you're definitely going to want to check out, everybody in the chat. So yeah, Grumdy, if you could do me a favor and post those, that would be spectacular. So again, the Naphthol Red. Now this was the Richardson. That's what Grim Nation sent a long time ago, right here. And I know there was a question about starting with the oils. Starting with the oils, I would suggest you do things, well, you start with not that many colors. You don't need a bunch, but you do things like this. Before you ever even touch the miniature with paint, do things like this, where you're just taking different colors, and you see just the same kind of light colors that I would always use, and I just mix the same color with those. It gives me a good idea of just maybe what to expect. And after you do enough of those, you start to build up a library. And maybe you're looking for a color scheme or something like that. And there was one that we did. We said, oh, look at this. This Perline Black and Radiant Blue or something like that. That's just perfect. That's going to be absolutely fine for what we want to do. So Dr. Tentacle, you mean that the color charts again? Sorry that moved a little bit fast there. So I'm guessing that you maybe wanted to see the color charts again. Let me see. Yeah, so the color test swatches like that, they are absolutely critical. Like I said, when I did this miniature here, where did you go? The video starts out with this. It starts out with the color chart, and then we actually do the miniature because you can see the colors on the horse basically is about here. So that's what a lot of the horse is. You go over here, you got the greens there. That's what you see on the cloak here. A lot of that. Here, let's get that put over there. Oh no, okay, good. That's good, Dr. Tentacle. So again, also too, you can check out. Oh gosh, is it with the Miniature Painting Guild? That's what it's called, right? You can check that out. Um, there's a lot of people that are posting stuff there. They post questions, all that good stuff. So you can go there and check that out too. And that should give you also a little bit a nice place to ask questions if you have any. And I'm sure there will be. And don't be afraid to ask questions. But I always suggest with the oils you just start off simple as you can. Just a few colors. Seriously, your first oil painted miniature, maybe just take one dark color and one light color and nothing else. Just those two. Get used to mixing them together. Why make it difficult? Why make it difficult on the first one? Is there? Okay, yeah, you can see his hand over here. I wasn't sure if you could. Of course, there's a giant, massive mold line running right through that there. Thanks, Astrovox, for posting the link to the Discord thing there. That's appreciated. Now, this is always pretty hilarious. We're taking that radiant black, we're mixing it with, or sorry, the radiant yellow, we're mixing it with the black spinel here. That's going to give us an interesting kind of a dirty gray color here. I'll do a little bit more of the radiant yellow, mixing that into the black gives a really interesting type of a gray here. The last thing I'm ever going to do is buy a tube of paint or even what the acrylic stuff that says gray. Not going to be doing that. Hey, Lamines. So Lamines, I sent you a message with a little bit of an update of the weird thing from today. It was just kind of odd, to say the least. I'm sure with you, you're more familiar maybe with that sort of situation. But how did the printer act? I guess that's the big question, because inquiring minds want to know, how did the printing go? What do we got? Any of this? So there is some on the other side. Okay. All right. We'll do some over here too. And thanks again, everybody, for the follows and the subs. And of course, thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. So, Crypt Shadow, thank you very much. Uh, again, this is really appreciated because probably either by this weekend or next week, that'll kind of transfer over to a more like a treatment fund kind of a thing for more of a long-term type stuff. All right, I'll just let these get mixed again. I'm not mixing a whole bunch of stuff on the palette. I mean, except, okay, I have to kind of introduce the yellow into the black spinel there a little bit, but for the most part, I really wanted to be mixing over here. That's where the good stuff happens. Sorry that the first one wasn't rock solid there, Lamines. And well, yeah, I'm not going to say anything because I am literally the proverbial kiss of death when it comes to wishing people success on printing. So I'll just keep my yap shut and not say a word about it, because I'll just jinx you. You know how that goes. You know how that goes. So I think we're pretty well caught up. Now this is a really, really, really dark color here. However, that's actually a green. That's actually a really dark green next to some of our, that Terra Rosa mixed with some of the lighter color there, which might even do a little bit more. A little bit that yellow. And then again, oh look. Yeah, this is nice and hideous the way we like it. Boom. I just felt like we needed to make these lighter by like a lot. Bam. Well, now we get to have some fun here. So we just put those nasty old brush strokes on there. We're going to do a little tap, tap, tap here. And that all starts to get smoothed down. Look at that. So here we're going to make sure there's no paint on that brush though. And once again, we tap, tap, tap. This is, we didn't do any mixing at all on the palette for this. Didn't have to. Let the mixing happen right over here where it should be. Let's see. So hot, I always do the pre-glaze. I always do the pre-glaze. Even here, if it's just a simple little pre-glaze like that, because that's what helps when you do that next application of the oils, right? Where you take the dry brushy stuff. If you have nothing to go into there, you're not going to have any kind of mixing, right? So the pre-glaze is really important for that. It's not important as necessarily. You don't have to have a certain color. It could just be as generic. It could be as generic as raw umber, because that's what I used to do. Every pre-glaze used to just be nothing more than raw umber. Here, I'll show you something. Where's my third one here? So all three of these guys were pre-glazed exactly the same. I literally just took black spinel, slapped it on there, and wiped some of it off. The whole idea of that was to get some of the darks in the recesses for sure, and then have something for me to play off of later, right? So that's kind of what the pre-glaze is for. Hey, Thranuel, how you doing? And Grey Wolf, nice to see you. Nice to see you, Grey Wolf. Yeah, I'll shoot you a message about the goings-on of the day as always. I didn't get a chance to do that before this. I was trying to get this. I had nothing set up for streaming at all, so I had to kind of scramble to get this together here, because I was hoping to have these three guys done as soon as I could, because then we could do a snow tutorial on them again. So Thranuel, nice to see you again. And oh, Thranuel, I just finished. So after the stream here, I'm going to be editing and rendering the next video, which is episode 4 of series 32. That's the vampire counts. And the entire episode pretty much is all about rust and corrosion. So you're going to see a lot of Terra Rosa. But a lot of it is about timing. To me, it's less to do with the stupid color or of anything, and it's more to do about showing the timing of stuff, right? Especially with the army painting, where we've got multiple figures going, and we're trying to take advantage of that, where we can basically sort of slow ourselves down a little bit. So it was kind of a sneaky, cheeky lesson in that. Well, hopefully it translates as that too. Well, Grey Wolf, I know that you have plenty of things going on there too, for sure. Appreciate you being here. Now, Grey Wolf, I guess that one of the interesting aspects to it is I believe there are no more appointments until the 25th. I think there's the 25th and 26th. I think that's going to be, what, a Monday and a Tuesday? That maybe we can kind of stabilize things here a little bit, although we should never say that, because that's not happened in 2.5 months. Oh, and of course, Grey Wolf, I'm just glad that you were able to keep the progress going on the zombie side stuff. I hope I hope that it hasn't reached that point of, oh, if I see another zombie ever again, My paint. I'm just gonna take a paintbrush and snap it in half, or eat it. I hope that it hasn't reached that, because it can, right? I mean, any project, no matter how much you love it, if that's all you're doing, you just start getting a little bored with it, just a teensy bit. All right, we've got that. A little bit lighter here, maybe on the cheekbone. I think we could still get some of the darks in there too. See if I can do that. More of our dark again here. Somehow we did. Oh, I think there was a raid. And oh, thanks again, Dr. Rhino, for that raid. Everybody, please give Dr. Rhino that follow. So, Dr. Rhino, still no word on the Conquest figures yet. I'm pretty sure they're still stuck down there in Memphis, so not sure when we'll be seeing those. But I do have that figure that you and I were talking about. So hopefully we can, especially with all the kind generosity of people contributing to that and sending the front, like Ninja Kitten there, we might be able to actually get to start working in the room with Kathy there, and that would be a huge, huge, huge help. Yeah, and it's really hard, Grey Wolf, to what would you say, to try and make it not be that way, right? It's what can you do when they're kind of the same one, right? All right, Astrovox, you have a good one. Have yourself a good one, and thanks, of course, for sticking around. Appreciate that, and of course, all the best to you there, and hopefully you'll be able to get many. Well, I don't know about pain-free hours, but many hours of painting in. And we'll just here do some of our a little bit more of our light there, maybe on his cloak. What the heck? I think we just need to do that to separate that a little bit more. I think we could still go lighter on that too, I think. But first we'll get some darks. When in doubt, make things darker. Yeah, I know it's, like you say, it can be a little bit tiresome trying to come up with different color scheme, or it slows it down, but boy, I hope that it did make it at least a little more interesting, maybe. They certainly look fantastic. And what Grey Wolf, if you wanted to post those or anything like that too into the chat, I mean, yes, go ahead, so that people can see that. I don't know if you had to post it to Insta or not. Let me just start to tighten up a few lines there. Now this really should be more of a shadow, so we'll do that too. Well, Grey Wolf, it's weird, and of course, Grey Wolf, every time I use a new oil paint, like the Scale 75s, the Richesons, the Senile, it's, I mean, it can make you feel like you've never used oil paints before. And those videos, that's why I film those things, because I want people to see me going, what the heck is going on here? What is this? This is not what I was expecting. Let's see. So yeah, I mean, sometimes, like you said, they're not maybe thinning the oils quite enough. But those are all just things that kind of happen the more you use them. I think I need to get even more. Yeah, we need to get more of the lighter skin tone on this guy. Yeah, and much like Laminess, we are huge proponents of the ultra conservative settings on the printer. I mean, it's just, at least for me anyway, it's so vital to just have the thing at least print, even if there's less detail. And if it takes longer, it doesn't matter. It just has to. It just has to be printed in the in a usable form. All right, let me see if I can get some eyes on this guy here. And again, look what my hand is on this brush. Is it here? I hope not, because I'm about an inch and an eighth shy of his face. Hard to paint the eyes that way. Here, though, a little easier. We'll take this here brush. We're going to shove that like down in there for his eye. Well, Grey Wolf, you might have one or two other zombies to paint in the meantime, right? There might be one or two more, I'm thinking, to get done still. Uh, I don't even want. I don't even want to say how many there could be. So yeah, that just like Laminess there, it's for me. There's really no point in trying to crank something out faster. It doesn't matter. I mean, I would love to have just, you know, something like a big old dragon print out in a few hours, but it's just not that important. If it takes six, it takes six. If it took 8 hours, as long as it's all exactly where I would want it to be, then it takes 8 hours. Now here we're gonna have a little fun maybe. Yeah, I'll go with the blue. This is the radiant blue here. We'll mix that with, well, a little bit of the brown matter. Just trying to keep it different from the skin tone. Like you say, paint liquor. Um, it's you don't really, do you save that much time when it's a failed print, or maybe not necessarily a failed print, but like I say, you've got to do the extra work on the support side of things, so it's all very understandable. Is that too, now that, I don't think that's too light there. I don't think it's too late.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my ganja.
And thank you so much. Hey, there go Matthew. Thank you so much for that follow. You think we will be all out of Gandalfs, but we are not out of Gandalfs just yet. Boom, there he is again. He's like, you know that, don't even mention Minas Morgul. We just don't talk about that here. It's like, all right, just saying you could have defended that. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, Thranduil, that is the cruelty of this time of year, right? It's why I really not a fan of it at all. Not a huge fan, because I haven't. I mean, we're not just talking about like a little bit of, morning twilight or something like that. We're talking about full on sun. Because I couldn't tell you the last time I went to bed before 5, 6, 7 in the morning. At least in the winter, you got a shot of it maybe being dark then. Now, of course, when I was commuting downtown every day for 9 years, that complete darkness at 5:30 in the morning when you're standing there on the corner waiting for the bus or train or whatever, that was no fun. Especially when it's also, I don't know, in the 20 below range or something like that. So Thranduil, it just never gets dark there for Thranduil. I know. Well, Armored Wolf also experiences the, well, yep, just gonna be nothing but sun. Doesn't matter what time it is. Now here again, gigantic mold line running through this. I'll do what I can there. Not much I can do. I am going to get a little bit of the perline black though, and try and get some of that on his skin here. We're not just looking to make things darker. Also looking to change the color on that just a smidge. Did we get the lightest skin tone on him yet? Well, we're about to find out. No, we do now. And, oh, gotta give him a red nose. That's what's missing. Better give this guy a little bit of a Santa Claus nose. It's supposed to be cold. And, of course, we're going to be hitting it with the crushed glass snow like all of our other Night's Watch units. Where, again, is our... Here we are. So, again, that's the Armored Wolf crushed glass snow. We have some branches on the bases. Essentially, I've got basically a movement tray just like, well, not just like this, but very similar to this. We'll also be doing the icicles because icicles are fun. We love the icicles, of course. And here's the movement tray for it. As you can see, we've got some of those printed bits from Make It Epic. And I was messaging with Make It Epic a little bit last night, and they've got some pretty exciting stuff that's coming up here. I think they're going to have some really nifty new basing things, and well, guess what? We'll be trying to make tutorials on those as soon as we can. Actually, Happy Heretic, look on there and see what, isn't it the mammoths, right? Because for whatever reason, they never sent the mammoths. I don't know why. They sent a lot of the other stuff, like the wolf chariot things or whatever, but they didn't send the mammoths. I'm going to try and give him some eyebrows here, I think. And then we'll... Yeah, what the heck. Grab some of this Fanchon red here. And put that on some parts of his face. Here, let's thin that down a little. Also on the hands. It just kind of shows that coldness, right? Because the skin kind of gets a little bit red. Oh, geez. Wow, Thranduil, that sounds good. Do you have any super special plans for it? Or is it more just, well, try and get as much painting as I can? Which is a super special plan, because painting... Or can you go somewhere and still get painting done? Best of what, both worlds or whatever? So the mammoths are all sold out. I'm guessing that there's 2 of them in the box. Usually is, right? Kind of that's the way it went with the chariots and such. Let me see if I can get some of that brownish color in his hair. There we go. Everybody please check out is that Insta link there? No, it's a Facebook from Midwest Miniature Guy. Now, actually, Midwest Miniature Guy, sorry, I'll spit that out. What is that kind of the current stuff that you're streaming right now? And of course, if you want to shout out where people can catch you streaming too, of course, that's what's great about Twitch, right? We're all, everybody tries to help out everybody. Got to do that. And Thranduil, you'll learn something new every time you use those things. Because I know I do. Think of how many years I've been using them. Think of how many miniatures I've been painting with them. And there's always something that comes along and said, whoop, okay. Never saw that before. So it's never, ever too late to just kind of go, huh, that's new. Yeah, I always kind of keep forgetting about the eBay stuff there, Happy Heretic. Always keep forgetting about that. And again, I just wanted to say thanks to everyone, contributing to that fund right there. Also, too, I know that that Kathy's podcast crew, they also have another thing going on. So There's some equipment that I can get that's also gonna, again, make it easier for me to work, potentially not even in the house, because that's another thing we also have to kind of think about moving on ahead. So uh, all the folks that have contributed that already, I appreciate that, because I know there's been several. We always want to say thanks to everybody that's trying to help us out here. We appreciate it. So Midwest Miniature Guy just working, surprise, surprise, on some Resurrection Queens. Yes, indeed. Now, of course, I think I still haven't posted the pictures of the one other Night's Watch Cav unit. And I also have a couple of infantry units that we never got a chance to paint. They're all prepped. They're even primed, I think. So who knows? In a pinch, we might break those out. There we go. Now he's got his little pink nose. A little bit of a rosiness in the cheeks there. All right. Finally got that going. Okay. Well, yeah, Ninja Kitten. It's almost Tuesday. Well, Ninja Kitten. How many times have you heard me say, much to the confusion of everybody in the chat, that it's such and such day? And they'll say, whoa, wait, what day are you talking about? And we're not talking about, just mixing up uh, Tuesday for Wednesday. We're talking about, wait a minute, how did you get all the way to Saturday? All right, so there you go. Midwest Miniature Guy on Twitch every Wednesday and Saturday, 8 p.m. Central. Don't miss it. Don't miss it. Don't miss that. Here, let's get a little more of our colors in here. Oh, and by the way, 1 hour and 36 minutes ago, these two looked exactly like that. They were just primed. So I'm not saying, I'm just saying that also this video right here, we didn't just do that miniature, we also did this. So this color chart and this miniature, I think the video was like an hour and a half long. It was literally 90 minutes. We did this and this. So again, just throwing that out there. Actually, Thranuel, ooh, I think you could have a lot of fun. Ooh, hey Thranuel, you know what we're talking about with the Black Spinel and the Radiance? You could try, for funsies, do a Dryad with maybe one that's got more substitute Van Dyke Brown for the Black Spinel, and then maybe do another one where you substitute maybe Burnt Umber for the Black Spinel, but all the rest of them just be Radiance. And just fool around with that, and who knows what you might get. And actually, Grumdy, if you could do, I know you did it before, but could you post your pictures to the Daughters of Cain again? Your award-winning miniatures, no less. Yes, award-winning miniatures by Grumdy, all painted with the oils. And of course, we've got confirmation that the oils, they are most definitely more rugged than any miniature or any acrylic paint. We've had several folks say, yeah, these things, they would have shown a little bit of worse for wear had it not been for the oils. So that's a thing. The oils are definitely a thing. So you'll want to, again, look into maybe starting with the oils. You don't have to pay you have to buy a whole bunch of stuff to start with. Just start slow. Now here's something we haven't done yet. We got the yellow and the green together. Hey Bill, how are you doing? Oh, thanks, Straniel. I'm glad that you liked that one. I certainly as heck learned a bunch of stuff. Hey Bill, nice to see you. So Bill, actually, well, I know you've been posting stuff to Instagram lately too. So Bill, if you wanted to share some of what you've been working on Instagram, because I've been seeing your stuff posted there. So hot. I never strip miniatures. The only time I ever strip miniatures is if it's an eBay rescue and it's covered in glue or something like that. Just let the oils be something like an undercoat. Think of it as like a pre-glaze. Now, Hot, you've seen some of the army painting series, right? Where in between the episodes, I let everything dry. So think about your miniature like that. Okay, so see, imagine I say this horse, I say, you know what? I don't want it to be that color. Instead of trying to strip away this paint, which you ain't gonna do, I would just basically dry brush some darker stuff over the top. I could dry brush Van Dyke Brown. I could dry brush some gray over the top of that. But yet maybe some of that stays behind as a little bit of a underpainting. So just something to think about. Geez, Bill, sorry that, oof, you know, everybody here sees that and just kind of goes, ouch, 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 ouch. So sorry that you got to deal with that, Bill. Hey, Waffles, how you doing? Hey, Dio. Yep. 1 hour and 40 minutes ago, these two were this. And Dio, how you doing? Everybody, please give Diomedes Industries a follow. So we did our usual black spinel. Well, not you. We did our usual pre-glaze. This time a black spinel, and it's a part of the same unit as this guy here. We did the same thing on him, a black spinel pre-glaze, and then all of our lighter and mid-tone colors from there. So Waffles, you're going to get a kick out of this. You'll get a kick out of this. Some friends of ours came by with groceries the other day, and they came by with boxes of frozen waffles. Not a box, not 2 boxes, not even 3, but like 4 boxes of frozen waffles. We literally, I think in December I will still be eating those waffles. So yeah, I thought you might get a kick out of that because we were talking about making waffles, right? Now Landrast, of course, those are a special kind. Yeah, you got to go to a special store to get those. Yeah, that's the high-end brand right there. That's the high-end brand, and there ain't many of those. There are not many of those. Yeah, waffles. It was very unexpected. They said, "Well, we're coming by with groceries," and there were some things that I would have expected. The 1,400 metric tons of waffles, that was not expected. Appreciated, not expected. This is a Waffle House now. This is the Bill Waffle House. Oh yeah, Bill. Gosh, I don't even know how the heck to do that. So Muse's Touch, how the heck are you doing? Everybody, please give Muse's Touch a follow as well. I hope that you're doing good. And of course, Dio, did you post about your fabulous sheets there? Yeah, definitely let people fill people in on those sheets as well. That will have to. I'll probably hit his eye again, just because. So yeah, Dio, as usual. That first one that I was showing you here, this and the color charts took 90 minutes. That's how long that took. That's why I figured I'd do a couple of these here tonight. Well, thanks, Muse's Touch. That is appreciated. And of course, again, thanks to everybody that has sent things. More stuff arrived today, and it's already a lot of those things have already started to make a difference as far as comfort levels and stuff. And as we were talking about earlier, that stuff kind of snowballs, just like on the negative side, it can snowball. But I think on the positive side, if you get relief somewhere, it's like if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. Maybe if you can make one thing a little bit less sore, it's a little bit easier maybe to control things elsewhere. So we really appreciate that. Oh, thanks, Dio. That will be much appreciated. So everybody, please, if you want to see an excessive amount of kobolds, or an insane amount, or an extraordinary amount, or just a whole darn bunch of kobolds, please check out the Pyro Club. I mean, you always have a whole bunch of fun times going on there. It is never dull. It's never dull. There's always something crazy going on, especially with kobolds. Getting crazy with kobolds. Yes, go do that. Go get crazy with some kobolds. Hey, Esmo, how you doing? It's a cacophony of kobolds, a symphony of kobolds. We have to figure out just how many ways we can describe large amounts of kobolds. Let's see. Actually, Thranduil, is it just a one-of-a-kind piece? Especially if it's a one-of-a-kind, it'll work. I would give it a shot. I mean, obviously, I would be tempted if I could do like an Ent or something like that for Lord of the Rings. I would certainly try to paint an Ent like that because I mean, obviously, there's different trees, right? The Ents weren't all the same type of tree. So I would think about giving it a shot. I think it could be very fun. So paint colors as a trench coat of kobolds, a calamity of kobolds, a cooler filled with kobolds. I guess those are all the dead ones, maybe. Those might be all the dead kobolds. A clutch of kobolds, says Dr. Tentacle. So we really do appreciate the fundraising there because there's just all of a sudden you're just like, oh yeah, well we need that. Ooh, okay, well that's not going to do us much good without this. And oh well, those two things would work a whole lot better with this or at all. So it's really appreciated all those different items there. And there was another one that showed up today. I'm hoping that Kathy will remember that she has it. She could be kind of fatigued. Um, but what we're kind of hoping maybe is that if we can get certain things, maybe she can actually have the computer where she is. And that might make it a little bit easier for her to enjoy the company of everybody else. So Dio says that for whatever reason, Warren has a lot of. Who knew that Warren guy would have so many kobolds? And what is it with Warren and his obsession with kobolds? I think we need to go talk to this Warren guy and see why he's got so many kobolds. That could be a little bit of a condition right there. If Warren's just keeping that many kobolds around, that might just indicate something. I don't know what. Well, we don't know. We're not experts on kobolds, but I think we need to go see what Warren's all about there. He just collects them right there. Let me see. I think we're all caught up right on the. Yeah, I think so. I think so. Let's see if I can't get in here again with a little touch for his eye. I don't want to mash into the. There we go. Just a touch more there for his eye. That sounds pretty wild. AD. So AD, we started these two. Again, because that first one, I mean, this was basically about, I don't know, an hour and 7 minutes of painting on him. I just thought, well, we could at least get these two guys done. So those got started 1 hour and 48 minutes ago. And then who knows, maybe we fool around with him too. Let's see, and now of the last time I painted a kobold, wow, the last time I can remember painting one was, about 17, no, more like 19 years ago. If that was a kobold, that might have been, not a dryad. It might have been one of those, not a treekin. Oh gosh, they're like tree man, like little ent goblins. Like if an ent were the size of a goblin, it was those guys. What the heck were those called? It was part of the whatever that one tower is. It's a scenario that everybody does. It's got the Golthias tree. That's it. It's from that Golthias tree adventure or whatever. And I had to paint a bunch of whatever the heck those things are. Let's see. Hey, Paintwater, how you doing? Nice to see you again. Oh, I'm just gonna, yeah, let's throw a little bit of our light in there. Same this away. Like so. And I think also Adepticon, they've got a little special something that they're cooking up. I'll just kind of, I'll just let them try and work out that thing, and then I'll talk about it here on the channel once they've got that ready to roll. So paint liquor. Oh, it's funny you should mention that paint liquor. Well, if I had time today, I was going to make mashed potatoes. Didn't have time, so we'll be making mashed potatoes tomorrow. I guess we could make them with extra kobolds. Not sure if kobolds really have the necessary type of protein for Kathy. Obviously, we want to get her as much protein as we can. Kobolds might be a little bit shy. There could be other nutrients and vitamins and stuff like that in kobolds. I haven't eaten too many of those lately, so I'm not quite so sure. Not quite so sure on that yet. So yeah, Grumdy, just a little something to do with Fort Wapple. And of course, we're going to probably try and come up with some other things too. And then, of course, Kathy's More Than Dice podcast crew, they've been super generous. Almost as generous as Isidore to give us a raid. Isidore, how you doing? Thank you so much for that raid. And everybody, please give Isidore a follow. So how you doing there, Isidore? We're painting some Song of Ice and Fire stuff right here. Working on some Night's Watch. And that would be, we're kind of doing some of the rest of the unit right here. Actually, Bill Robertson, I had 3 of those today. It sounds weird, but it was kind of like, well, those were more like deli ends, so you better eat those. They're not quite as well preserved, maybe, as something that's in a package. So I actually had 3 of those today. Also, I didn't have time to eat anything else. So that was pretty much today's food, was just a whole bunch of hot dogs. So apparently I had a bunch of kobolds today. So Isidore having some fun here, trying to, again, knock out some more of these Night's Watch. And of course, Isidore, if you wanted to post any pics of stuff that you were, well, obviously you were just on stream, you don't have pictures of that. But if you want to post any of your work in progress stuff, that is fantastic. So thanks so much for the raid, and everybody please give Isidore that follow. Let me see if, again, big old mold line running right through that hand. So we're doing what we can to try and bring out some of that texture. Now, when it comes to things like the rocks and all that, again, not really worried about that, because it's just going to be covered with the Armored Wolf, Grass Tufts, and the Crushed Glass Snow. Not going to do the blood effects like we did on this Azog, which apparently is actually from Diwali and not Kurzlook. So, oh well. Kind of spaced on that one. And again, thank you so much, Dio and Asmo. And of course, hopefully Kathy can maybe do some sort of a Discord chat with folks this week. She saw people there when we got back, or later after we got back, but she was just a little bit too tired to join. So that's what we're kind of hoping, is that we can maybe get her something where she could just be kind of in the more comfortable spot and be able to just, even if it's just an hour, hanging out with you guys on Umber Hulk from WizKid. Now, so Isidore, are you painting the frameworks ones, or are you doing the what's the other stuff? The more like the bones type figs, because we've only had a chance to paint two of the frameworks ones. Oh, here's another one, and I did actually paint the oh, what was it? It was the not the displacer beast. It was the one that changes whatever. I forget what the heck it's called. So yeah, Dio, it's fantastic for to have the company, right? And just some different voices. I think we were saying the other day on stream, it's always better to hear other voices in your head beside the one that tells you to walk naked through the grocery store in just a Carl Sagan mask. So yeah, that voice is probably not super. It's not super helpful to just have that voice in your head. So yeah, if you don't want to be doing that, then maybe you just go ahead and participate in a voice chat. Get that voice out of your head. Uh, well, Thranuel, sometimes just go ahead and do it, because if you don't like it, you could just pre-glaze right over it. Right? You could just do a pre-glaze over it, and that way I think we were just talking about, gosh, when we talking about earlier in the stream, then you would know what doesn't work. Yes, we were. We were talking about that earlier in the stream before you were able to join us. We were having a conversation about, well, that might not have worked, but at least I know what doesn't work now. Uh, kind of like theory hammer with dice, right? And playing whatever. You can guess what you might roll, but until you actually start rolling some dice, not much you can do, right? Now, of course, you just have to. Is it going to be, Cosmos Carl Sagan? Is it going to be super young Carl Sagan? Is it going to be older Carl Sagan? That mask, the voice just said it's your choice. The voice just said there's also no pants allowed. For whatever reason, I don't know why the voice is really obsessed with no pants. I'm not quite sure. I just don't know why. So there, let's just a little bit of our lighter green there, and then we'll come back with some of our dark. Now, of course, it looks a little bit on the shinier side there. It will dry like that, not shiny. So looks a little shiny there. That is how it's going to dry. And it ain't going to be that long either. Well, Thranuel, I mean, I'm sure there's a little bit of both. Why can't you do both? Let's see. Well, waffles, yes, it can be. It can certainly be punched. Now, you might only want to hit it so hard. Yeah, I would say just maybe not hitting it too hard. Alright, we're going to get that. And then we'll just have to figure out some way of getting some darks in between those. Now here, what the heck, I want to just grab a little bit of the Prussian boot now, maybe back off to indigo here. Geez, Bill, so what the heck is going on there with that printer? What is going on there? It sounds like there was like a FEP leak or something like that, and that led to either that or is it lost pixels on the screen or something like that? Here, let me cancel a little bit more. There we are. And I think the same out here. I'm going to just grab me a little bit of that Prussian blue. The very first artificial pick. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Guess what? Maybe some of this here radiant red. Plus the Fanchon red. I don't know. Let me see what this does here. Well, there we go. That's a little something different. Oh, there we are. Yeah. It ain't metal if it ain't got magenta on there. Ah, boy, Bill, sorry to hear about that. I mean, nobody here likes to hear that kind of stuff happening because that is one of those no bueno heartbreak situations there, of course. Now, I remember that was that a couple of weeks ago, Grumdy? Oh, actually, hey, Grumdy, how has it been going printing those awards? Uh, I hope that the awards haven't caused any more printer things. Back to my Indian yellow. Back to my Indian yellow. I mean, we used a ton of this stuff, right? On all the Egyptian guys. Again, this was the latest one of those Lethal Shadows miniatures that we painted. Again, lots of the shiny. Look at that. See? All that stuff reflecting onto the metal there. Thank you so much, Ermid Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. Obviously, that's another way. It's another way of helping to contribute. Of course, Thranuel Grundy, so many folks being generous folks that have supported us via the Patreon route. We always try to keep new stuff coming on the Patreon page. And by new stuff, I mean 9 or 10 new videos every single month, in addition to the 1,200 hours of content already there. And that is not an overestimation. That could be an underestimation at this point. So they sent a new motherboard and switch. Yeah. Gee whiz. So Bill Robertson, sorry to hear about that. I'm just wondering. Well, we've talked about it a while here on the channel. Just don't think that the 3D printing will ever be plug and play. It's probably still going to end up being plug and pray, at least for quite a while. There's just too many different variables really involved, I think, to ever make it quite so super stable.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun, John.
Thank you so much, Mini Forge, for that follow. We really appreciate that. Oh, so does Gandalf. Oh, oof, man. He's like, wait a minute. Now you're bigger than last night. I don't know. You're bigger than you're bigger than Shadowfax. It's like, so I heard that you died fighting the Balrog, and the prize they gave you really wasn't super satisfying. It's like, nope, white robe. That's what I got. I'm like immortal. I die. Kind of weird being immortal and you die. And then all they gave me, was a white robe. It's like, I would ask for a refund. Thank you so much for that follow. I appreciate that. And of course, a little bit of puppet show, but Mini Forge, thanks for the follow. And Grey Wolf, thank you for this here. Thank you so much. There we go. Oh, thanks, Grumdy. I appreciate that. You know what I'm going to do just while I'm thinking about it here? Let me see if I can't grab a little bit of my primer here, and we'll hit the base, the edges of the bases here, just to not get confused by that. Abadoo, how you doing? That's the that would be a weird form of channel merchandise, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it, Happy Heretic? And that it's not like the Tolkien estate would come after us at all, right? Who's gonna tell them? Nobody's gonna tell. We certainly won't tell them. So Abadoo, nice to see you again. Appreciate you joining us here. Oh, now Thranuel does remind us that he did get a new glow stick out of it. He got a glow stick and a new shirt. Again, was it as fabulous as like being immortal and then dying? I don't know. Of course, Gandalf and that other Balrog, we haven't seen them fighting too much, have we? So yeah, that was a little bit different there. Yeah. Oh, here, let me just get the stuff out of this, because that there is acrylic, and we don't want that sitting in there. So yeah, that's Gandalf is sitting here, and he's well, you got the Balrog over here. He's like, you look a little bit different than last time I saw you. He's like, what do you mean? You never saw me. He's like, yeah, you look really different. She's like, I think that smoke that's floating around you might be affecting your judgment. It's like, you don't happen to have that fiery whip, do you? She's like, I don't have it with me, but I could get it. It's like, yeah, why don't you bring that? So yeah, Gandalf again. I think that was under the qualification of pipeweed causes errors in judgment. So that might be a somewhat flawed judgment by Gandalf right there. Not saying, I'm just saying that maybe Gandalf is not making the best of choices these days. With our poor life choices, that's what Gandalf is doing. So to all you young kids out there, lay off the pipeweed unless you want to have an interesting encounter with a Balrog. That's not a Balrog. So yes, demented Middle Earth theater continues unabated, but also continues. There's a couple of more highlights out here on the sword handle. Maybe on this thing here, just get a little bit more light there. So Isidore, oh my gosh, the demented puppet shows just keep getting more demented. It all kind of started with Papilia's Spellbrush, and it just sort of devolved from there. Or did it evolve? I don't know. Either way, we have a whole cast of characters. Some are loved, some are hated, some are feared. That would be Dark Queen Schmaladriel. Yeah, all love her, but they kind of despair at the same time. And then, of course, we have poor Grima Wormtongue. Poor Grima Wormtongue. Eowyn breaks up with him by Palantir. And of course, yeah, he's not super thrilled by that. He's so bummed by that. Where he at? Yeah, says so. Okay, you tell me, where's the keyboard app for this thing? This is terrible. So yeah, breaking up by a Palantir, that's not a cool thing to do. So Gandalf is only ever in his work clothes. Now there's this, of course, something else that, of course, Gandalf is really scared of. Just don't never mention these guys to Gandalf because he's really, really, really scared of these guys. Totally afraid of these. So that would be the mimes of Moria. Yes, yes, they are French. Yes, they are mimes. Jetez-moi, that says toss me. Yes, that they were they wear top hats. They wear chef's hats. They wear berets, and of course, look at that the baguette there. Yeah, we even got ourselves a little bit of a chef. Charles de Gaulle. I don't know why he only has 2 stars, but hey, he's got that dapper mustache. Of course, we've got these two guys, Francois and Pierre. They thought they were the stars of the team. They didn't do much of that blocking or tackling or any of the rough stuff. As you can see, though, when you're talking about a fine Chablis, a Pinot Noir, or something like that, well, they were all over that. These guys were done back in 2006, so there were no plastic goblins, there were no resin goblins, there was just metal goblins, which all had to be chopped up and then re-sculpted in various hilarious ways. There you go. That's the mimes of Moria, Luton Nation. Yes. So that's the mimes. That would be the mimes. And again, circa 2006, we got Egyptian violet getting mixed with the Indian yellow. Oof, there we are. Maybe a bit more of the Indian yellow. And then just yank that down this way a little bit. There we are. There you go. All right. Let's throw a little bit of this into the hair, potentially. we could do that. So yeah, those goblins actually played 2 seasons with those guys. They did manage to make the playoffs, both seasons. They typically almost led the league in scoring. I mean, well, maybe not led the league, but they were always in that top echelon of the scoring there. Because we firmly believed in throwing the goblins, not just on offense, also on defense. Let me see. Now, yeah, I'm gonna change the color on the beard a little bit there. It's we got an awful lot of white there. I'm gonna just shift that, just kind of like we did with the nose, to get a bit more on the pinkish side. Here, let's get some of our. That's the radiant yellow. We are thinning this down, but you thin it down too much, it becomes a pin line wash. And I know there was the question earlier about how does glazing work with the oils. It's a very, very different type of a process for sure. It works really differently. So waffles, well, of course, either Francois or Pierre. I forget which one it was, but we had set them up with at least the best skills we possibly could for Chuck and the Goblin. The one thing they never did was try to eat the Goblin. Many other things went wrong, but that's the one thing that never did. They never actually tried to eat the Goblin. They would actually go stupid before even trying to eat the Goblin. Maybe that's why they didn't eat the Goblin, because they just ended up failing the really stupid roll. Hey Deuce, how you doing? Nice to see you again. Yeah, why don't we just darken down that part of the tail there? I think it could use that. So yes, the old Mimes of Moria. That was a lot of fun. I learned an awful lot. Obviously, doing that again today, it would be a very different prospect. I'm sure there would be a bunch of things that I could 3D print. Like, what did I have to... Oh, to make the pogo stick guy, I was using the spring from a pen. Yeah, I was using the spring from one of those ballpoint pen type things. You got that the dragon ogre printed. That's very good. And holy smokes, wow, those are huge then. Yeah, those are colossal. Well, I hope they're just as fun to paint too. Now, yeah, I might try to sneak a few more lights in down there. Again, these are from Song of Ice and Fire. We've got tons and tons of tutorials on Song of Ice and Fire miniatures on the Patreon page. And they're not just the army painting series, but, well, we just used one in the latest Color Theory and Oils episode. We just did all of these, right? Our Greyjoys right there. Oh, look. How to paint TMM. That was part of our Metals Workshop series, also on the Patreon page. Here, let me take that, do a little bit of a tap there, and take away some of those edges on it. So I think we're pretty well caught up on the chat, right? I think so. Might try to go a little bit lighter here. Now, I haven't been putting any fur texture on this guy. Maybe we try and do a little bit of that. Why not? We did it on the other one. Just a teensy bit of fur texture here. Do the same thing down here. And of course, especially when the horsey is this size, we can also start thinking about directional brush strokes. Now, I want to Just take, where's my indigo here? Some indigo. Oh, that's a wild color combination every time. Indigo and brilliant yellow pale. Part of this is, remember he's going to be walking around in snow, so we want to get some cooler colors right where that snow is going to be. I mean, we're not trying to reflect the color like say we would, I don't know, with something that's metal. Look, speaking of goblins, there's Green Fairy. Green Fairy Studios, how the heck are you doing? Nice to see you again, Green Fairy. Hope that everything's going good. Landrest, yep, we have the dwarves, or as Megan and I call them, the dwarfs. Oh no, the Fry Slayer. No, they're not Fry Slayers though. They're not Fry Slayers. They're just regular dwarfs. I'll see if I can come up with something for them. What I want to do is I want to start printing out the merfolk. Of course, well, I guess I'll maybe try to make a few build plates at least tonight and see maybe if we can try to start printing things. So yeah, now hopefully Green Fairy, your Monday wasn't one of them kind of Mondays. Of course, we've had, talking about excessive amount of kobolds, we've had an excessive amount of Mondays here. It's basically been Monday for 2.5 months. I'm sure other folks are familiar with that kind of thing too, where there's way too much Monday for way too long. Yeah, let's get that going. So yeah, Lost Kingdom, no, not Lost Kingdoms, Titan Forge, sorry about that. Actually, I think Lost Kingdoms, they have those pirates. They've got those pirates. They're well, Landrest, they're kind of dainty, right? All the Lost Kingdom stuff. I don't care. I'll just grab me some of this here. See what happens. Okay, Green Fairy. I'm glad that it's been mildly acceptable for you. So Green Fairy, the video that I filmed last night was the next episode in series 32. Sorry, not 23, but 32. And that was all about Rust. So the next video, probably the next video I do is going to be the color theory with the blues. I just got to find some miniatures that are going to work well with that. And, well, I think I have an idea. I just got to get them assembled. Yes, Dol Amroth, right? Dol Amroth. Prince Imrahil, there he is. Look, he's totally in focus right there. So I think that's what we're going to try and get prepped for him. So Landrast says that they are very patriotic dwarves because they're from the Kingdom of America. So you want to get yourself some very patriotic dwarves that just ooze the red, white, and blue. You just go support Highland Miniatures, and their latest release is the Dwarves of America. So actually, Landrast, does that mean that I should paint Captain America shields on all of them, or do Captain America style designs, do them all in red, white, and blue? Speaking of Highland Miniatures, we did an army painting series. Yes, look at this. All cav, lots of the non-metallic here. Where'd you go? Where are you at? There you are. Boom. See that? Look at all those guys. That was Army Painting Series 30, wasn't it? Yeah, that was 30. Hey, Lifeguard Leroy, how you doing? Well, Landrast, I mean, think about it. You've wanted to see some NCP stuff. It would sort of be NCP without being NCP. We got Innocentric, nice to see you again. Thank you so much for that raid. We always appreciate that. Thank you so much. If everybody could please give Innocentric a follow, that would be fabulous. Please, please, please go do that. So Innocentric, how you doing? We're working on some Song of Ice and Fire, some Night's Watch here. So this was actually about part of a painting video that we did. We're trying to fill out the rest of the unit here. Trying to get the rest of the unit going. We actually have a second one here. So yeah, we've been painting these two guys over the last 2 hours, 19 minutes. And when they started out, that's what you had. That's it. That's all it was. Let's see. So how you? I'm glad that you're able to join us here at Lifeguard Leroy. Nice to see you again, as always. And of course, InnoCentric. If you have any pictures of stuff that you've been working on, and you want to share that in the chat, I'm sure people would really enjoy to see that. All right, I'm gonna come back in here with the lights on the fingers, because huge surprise, there was a mold line that ran through there. So we're gonna try and fix that up as best as we can. All right, well, Landrest, hope that's not too much of a hassle. So, and of course, Landrest, as always, thanks for the heads up on that. Doing the whole taking the black that mix it with the radiance and see what you get, right? So yeah, Green Fairy, you get, like you were saying, you get every single video that I've ever filmed, starting in 2013. So you get 9 years worth of videos, and of course there's new ones coming all the time. Well, it's either tomorrow. I guess maybe tomorrow we're going to be posting the next one. Well, it kind of depends on how, like, if I can get this one all rendered and uploaded overnight tonight. So it'll be either the 12th or the 13th. Nah, but Landrest is that's like multitasking the smart way. Yes, be near the airport that's right next to the games, or be at the airport that's right next to the game store there. So you're like, sure, I have to go pick up someone from the airport. Wait a minute, you did that last night, and the night before, and the night before that. But yeah, there's all these people that need rides from the airport. Yeah, but why are you gone for 10 hours? So yep, all of those fun videos. Somehow we didn't get that nose trill over there. Now we did. Yeah, let me get a couple more lights in there. Yeah. Oh, I never really did start thinking about the texture there, and could always come in with some darks too to intensify that. Here, let's get a little bit there. And of course, actually, yeah, Green Fairy, both of these guys, the pre-glaze was nothing else except for it's just black spinel. It's been a long time since we had something like that, right? Thanks, Blades. So, Blades, I hope again that you're going to be able to get some relief on that skin there. Because now how much more sun is it going to be exposed to over the rest of the trip there? I guess you're all set for winter then. Yeah, because you're gonna want to hide all that stuff so it doesn't get any more toasty for the winter. So thank you so much, Blades, as always, and I hope that you're having lots of fun. Oh, don't worry, Isidore. Lurking and working. Well, that's a combo I can appreciate. Not going to do anything more there. I'll just hit this. With, again, some of that not green. There. A little bit of aloe vera, but it's not doing quite so much. So let's see. Well, that's right. It's only 9:56 there, or only 8:56 there. Okay. I keep forgetting that's a couple hours behind. Boy, Green Fairy, I just absolutely. Now I do like that new Williamsburg Indigo. Well, it's not necessarily new. It's new to me. Hadn't really had a chance to use it much before. Oh, that sounds good there, Deuce. Working and or looking and eating. Thank you so much, Grey Wolf. Appreciate that too. Thank you so much. So I think, yeah, with the Severus Blue, I thought it could be really fun if I can get me some of the Dull Amaroth Knights prepped, because there's just so much blue. I think I have a couple prepped, but I think there's some more somewhere else. So I'm going to try and see if I can get those also prepped. And oh, thanks, Blades. Thank you so much. Deuce is going to get Deuce gets a gift sub. Thanks, Blades. Appreciate that. So I think, yeah, I think we're pretty well caught up. They're not really. Well, no, we'll just wait on that for right now as far as trying to make that any lighter. Let me see if I can do something like this. Van Dyke Brown. Red? No, I'll just go with this. And I guess we're going to have to put some more of the fast matte white out here. Thanks for spotting that, Blades. I didn't notice that. So there's the outside chance of the hype train. Oh gosh, didn't we had a hype train the last stream, didn't we? I could swear we had like a level 5. I think we went all the way up to DEFCON 5 with that hype train. It was a good one. I know that much. Green Fairy, it is interesting though. Um, you know, the next day, you ain't. That doesn't matter. Well, I guess if you made a really, 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 really big mound of it, but yeah, the next morning or something like that. Yeah, that you ain't getting anything else out of that fast matte white. You got to put some more out there. It is toast. It's all dried. Now I don't know just how much it affects other colors that you mix with it, but it seems like it does. Yeah, I could be wrong, but I think it does. Let me see. Now, Blades, was it the one that had the object source lighting, or was it the one? Well, it was. They were both the Sphinxes. Now, this is the one with the object source lighting here. So we got that one. And then, of course, there's this one here. And this one was really fun. No object source lighting on this one, but lots of reflections. Look at that. See all that swirling mass of reflections on that armor plate? If you just had shading there and not those reflections, it would look. It's not like it would look bad or anything, but it just really wouldn't look like metal because where's the reflections and all that shiny gold, right? Oh, just missed a little. Okay, I remember we were able to do a couple of things with that, and of course we appreciate that very much. Like I said, this is I think it's pretty much the last day where Twitch is going to be doing all the calculations of stuff for the month. It's weird that they would do it in the middle of every month or kind of only about 11 days in, but that's sort of when it happens. So elite.
So say we all.
Thank you so much, Blades, for getting elite that sub there. Well, I mean, we can just kind of go simply with these numbers that in the beginning, basically when I was first trying to start printing, when I first started streaming just a little over 2 years ago. Thanks, Sarge. You're basically talking about 2K printers with color screens that just broke. Now you're on the cusp of 10K printers. So you could say in some ways there's almost 5 times the amount of capability and detail. Thank you so much, Sarge and Blades. Appreciate that. So thank you so much for the sub there. And thanks for the Shamrock Shake Shard. Yeah, Shamrock Shake Sarge. See, I can say that no times fast. Look at that. Total genius. Can say it 0 times fast. Oh, that's okay, Blades. That's okay.
So say we all.
Well, Bill says, wait a minute. Well, Bill, I really appreciate that, especially with a new printer having to be on the way. So where did you go? You're hiding here somewhere. There you are. There you are. He says, wait, we don't see this around. We don't see this in these parts. Oh, get out of the way. Get out of the way. There it is. Get out of the way of that hype train. There it is. Hype train moving down the track. Now, actually, Waffles kind of have stayed away from anything with AK Interactive and oils. Just after the after the experience with the Optilung, that's it. Yeah, after the Optilung experience, that sounds like some kind of a weird 1960s sci-fi book or something like that. Just kind of stayed away from the AK stuff. I got it back together. Is it fixed? Oh, geez, Bill. Sorry about that. I mean, what the heck? That's that's not the way that's supposed to go. So sorry about that, Bill. Uh, Again, sorry if I jinxed you there. I might have jinxed you. So thanks again so much for the hype train. And of course, Armored Wolf, he posted a couple of wish lists right there. So that first one, the one that's for me there, again, it's literally just things like furniture items, because well, folks like Blades and other folks were kind enough to get enough shelving and I think Sarge, you got me one of the storage units too. That was gonna work well for well the before times, but now that I have to really start moving things around, uh, the shelving stuff is kind of needed again, and more of the storage cases. So there's some of those in there again. It's like, yeah, gotta get more storage cases. So yeah, again, sorry that you know I really hate to hear any kind of sadness when it comes to printing stuff. It is the thing that you kind of accept for the folks that are kind of thinking about doing the 3D printing. It's just one of those things you accept, that things can break. You try and take as many precautions as you can, but sometimes there's only so much you can do. All right, not going to do anything lighter with that there. I think we're pretty solidly set right there. So, Mubbin, you can, if you want, these are a little bit on the cheaper side. They're not the nasty $5 for 75 oil paints or something like that. Uh, Something like this, you get 10 paints like this on Amazon for 26, 27. You could probably get them at Michael's with a coupon for a whole ton less. But then from there you can start to add on, and that would be colors. Well, something like this here, right? Your things like indigo and the Terra Rosa. These are very cheap colors, but you can see we've done a lot with these two, right? This horse is mostly Terra Rosa, and it's also a rust color too. And of course, you've got things like brown matter, Van Dyke brown. Those are not expensive colors. And of course, there's a link to, again, Armored Wolf has been kind enough to post a link to the oil starter sets there. Gamlin also has a starter set. I think it's called Gamlin 1980. Are they going to be Williamsburg? I think it'd be Williamsburg, like Abadu just mentioned. No, no, they're not. But they also don't have Williamsburg prices. And again, it just gets started. Get them, get started. You could maybe even get a better idea of what you might like or not like. Maybe your color palette is very different. Now, if you're Megan and you have Megan Violet as part of your color palette, well, then that's going to maybe influence what kind of colors you may want to get with your oils there. And there we go. So I've never used any of the 1980s, but there's someone, Green Fairy, has used those, and well, Green Fairy's Certainly got a whole lot of things going on with the oils. So definitely, if Green Fairy says that they are, if they are acceptable, they are acceptable. So here, let me get this. Get the mold line, boom, right through this here. So I'm just gonna try and. Ooh, no, that's gonna be too dark there. It's gonna be a little too dark. So moving, the one thing that I would really avoid, well, any kind of rattle can stuff, we stopped using that years ago. And by years ago, I mean 15 years ago at least, maybe more. Now, what I always use is the Stynylrez primer, especially for the oils. I can just brush this stuff on, and I mix these colors. This was actually a combination of a few colors. This is actually the oceanic blue and the pale mustard together. I think I might have thrown a little bit of white in there, but the Badger Stynylrez primers are always rock solid. There's like 50 colors of them too. And just like Abadu was saying, well, we stopped using the Vallejo primer. We had gotten it way back in the day because, well, we thought, okay, if it's Vallejo stuff, it should be good. And I mean, there's a lot of other Vallejo stuff we like. That is not one of the things we like from Vallejo. And again, really want to lay off the rattle can style primers. So yeah, I was obviously I won't be using it. Well, unless we're at a convention or something. Somebody has some of the 1980s and just says, "Here, try these out, see how they are next to the regular GAM ones that you use all the time." And of course, that you can use the Stynylrez stuff through an airbrush. I mean, that's kind of the original, I think, purpose, right? Badger airbrush uses the primer through an airbrush. But I just take one of my big old craft brushes like this, and I just brush it on. And I did 3 of these things in the minutes before I started streaming here. And obviously, none of the GW stuff or whatever. Just kind of stay away from those. Here, let's get some more of our light there. And again, with so many different colors to choose from with the Stynylrez, there's actually some exercises. If you look on the YouTube channel, you'll see exercises where I actually just basically painted with the primer. Let's see. Yeah, Mubin, not only do I just brush it on, but Kathy doesn't use an airbrush at all. And if, let's see, I don't know how many of her streams are saved as highlights, but if you watched any of her streams, that's what she does. She just uses the Stynylrez, she just brushes it on. And it's worked great on all surfaces, metal, plastic, printing resin, doesn't matter. Bones figures, well, especially bones figures. Let's see. So Bill trusts some of those. Oh, is that the old Chaos Black? For us, of course, here now in Chicago,
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun, John.
there are 0 days out of the year pretty much that are ideal for priming anything outside. So that was one of the reasons we were looking for something that we could just use indoors, and that really worked out very well. And thank you so much, Ari. Appreciate that. Area Sinews, area, sorry. Let's see. What's he gonna say? It's like, oh, okay. So you're from a different story. I hear that your 8th season didn't go so well. He's like, no, that's the TV show. That's not the books. This here, Song of Ice and Fire, this is about the books. Yeah, not from the TV show. All kidding aside, Song of Ice and Fire is based on the books. It's not based on the TV show. So if there's things you see on the TV show, that won't necessarily be in the Song of Ice and Fire miniature game. So Bill Robertson may or may not have, on occasion, maybe once or twice, maybe used a rattle can in the basement. Just once or twice. It's only us here. Nobody's watching. Nobody else knows. It's not like we'll put it up on Facebook as a giant meme or something like that and just put out a YouTube video or something like that. We would never do that. Alright, what we will do though is we're going to get some darks in the underside of this. Maybe some of that back here too. Yeah. And of course we want to get our other guy up to speed now. So we'll just set him aside. Set him aside. Let's start, and you can see how a lot of the things here, right? It's not doesn't have quite that sheen to it anymore that it did a while ago. And of course, here we'll just develop our horsey and such. Maybe we do the white socks on him. Oh, why not? Let's do that. And just like Green Fairy Studios was saying, we avoid the really dark primers. We avoid the really light primers. I will sometimes mix those together to make something in between. So something that is not too light, not too dark, not too strong of a color either. Now look at this. See all that dark stuff that's on the brush right there? Well, that is just, would have liked to maybe save one of the legs and not have the sock there. But we'll just, we'll do that here and then we'll use our brush there to get the little white spot there on his forehead. So yes, I mean, you can get the white. Technically, there actually I did mix a tiny bit of the white in here. So get oceanic blue, the yellow, and then a tiny touch of the white there. But again, I would strongly suggest avoiding the white entirely and focus in on things that are, well, they make a gray. The gray is nifty too. Nothing wrong with the gray. Like I said, I like the oceanic blue. You can mix that with actually the brown, the reddish brown color, and that makes actually a really interesting gray. Not quite a neutral gray. Well, it depends on how much of the red stuff you put in there. And actually, now Deuce, there's just the one pink, right? Do I have that here? I think I do. There it is. Dull pink, yeah, so that's another one of the Steino Res colors right there. So again, I like to have some fun mixing those together. Oh, there's also another reason. Because we're using so much primer, we tend to go through it a little bit faster than the average person. So it also prevents me going, oh, look, the gray is gone 2 seconds in. Because I only have maybe 3 or 4 jars of the gray or something like that. And that's probably something that I'm mostly saving for terrain anyways. And I even will brush the stuff on terrain as well, because I'm pretty sure that's how it worked. But yeah, with these two here, I just brushed the primer onto those as well. So yeah, that was the dull pink from Badger. So here we're just gonna try working a couple of lights here. Let it do what it's gonna do. All right, some more down here. Van Dyke Brown. Oh, I thought I still had the asphaltum out there, but we don't have the asphaltum. We'll just go with this. Just work with that. Now, and also too, again, the other thing that I discovered, it was kind of by accident. It wasn't an intentional test, but we accidentally discovered. Boy, look at all the dark paint that's getting on that there brush. We kind of discovered that the oil paints can kind of cover things even without primer. That's the amazing property of the oils. Here we go. And I want to thanks again everybody for getting that hype train going. I think we got at least a level 1, didn't we? Yeah, we got at least a level 1. So thanks everybody so much for doing that. Appreciate it. We'll in 1 second we'll break out the hype train again. Just want to hit these while we're remembering it here. So see the black spinel kind of mixes with that skin tone there. It mixes with it and it kind of creates that grayish green. Instead of me having to put grayish green in there, it just happens all on its own. Can't beat that, huh? This guy's got he's got like mutton chops here. Yeah, he does. He's got a mohawk and mutton chops. Mohawk and mutton chop. Oh, here we go. Let's get that height train. He's like, oh, wait a minute. This is what the other guy ran away from like that. There it is. Coming down the tracks once again, right towards you. Hype train. Hype train. Hey, Clinton. How you doing? How you doing? So, yeah, Laminess. Actual painting time on this horsey here was probably maybe about 75 minutes tops. And I figured we could easily hit 2 of these guys because I also want to get this 4th one done so that we can do another snow and ice tutorial. Basing wise, because snow and ice is nice. So Clinton, I hope that you had yourself a decent Monday. Or at least that maybe, I don't know, sometimes all you can do is just survive Monday. I suppose it's possible in some universe to have a Monday that doesn't have any Monday to it. That would be a magical land where Mondays are like any other day of the week instead of like Mondays. So okay, I'm just gonna start throwing a couple of other little different things out here. Let me see what we got here. I'm gonna take the Van Dyke Brown and the Radiant Yellow. Let's see what we have here. We'll do something like that. Okay, sorry about that. Ah, God, I hate those stupid things on the phone. All right, Grey Wolf, you have a good one. And it's nice to see you as always. So, Grey Wolf, I'll like I said, I'll shoot you a note and just kind of an odd tale there of today. So I'll kind of fill you in on that. I don't know what the heck is that supposed to be. That could, I guess, be fur. I guess that's what they intend for that to be, maybe. Boy, there's some mold lines in weird places on this. I might just let a little smidge of Terra Rosa in there. Yeah, that was getting to be okay. I think that's a little more like it here. So Abadu, you got that too? Yeah, I was like, what the heck is that? And there's no turning those off. So that's what that was. So sorry about that. Normally, I don't hear any sounds from my phone. I just wish that could be deleted and just gotten rid of for good. Thank you so much, Gasoline Month. That's 7 months. Or Gasoline Moth. Sorry, I was looking at 7 months. Thank you so much for 7 months of the subs. Holy smokes. Oh, Abadu, I forgot about that. Jeez Louise. Oh, man, that had to... Is your head still attached to your body? If I were wearing headphones, that would have just blown my head out. I mean, I just don't get that. And yeah, why can't we just not have those? Why is it not even an option to not have that stuff? Alright, well, Laminess, I'm not going to say nothing. Right, Laminess? If I say anything, we know what that means. So I will not say anything. I will just say I look forward to hearing the results. Anything else, jinx it. So it's kind of like nobody wanted me to be near their dice. Nobody wants me to be near their printer. Nobody wants me near that. So moving, essentially, since I'm just using craft brushes for the most part, I just have a ton of these things, and I'll just switch from one to the next. Especially since you don't want to be doing a lot of cleaning, because all you're going to have is a lot of liquid on the brush. And I think, as you can see, we don't use a lot of liquid, right? The oils are like peanut butter; they don't need something like that to help them be spread around. Not like acrylics that are no, that's more like regular that smooth restaurant butter, right? It's the acrylics that are like peanut butter and gravel combined, and maybe glue. But no, the oils are so much smoother and silkier. You don't need stuff like that to help them flow. Now I these are basically the fanciest, most expensive brushes I use. These liner brushes, they're about $5, $5.30 a piece. All right, Green Fairy Studios, you have a good one. And thanks as always for hanging out. You know I always appreciate that. And I don't. I was hoping to maybe try and do like the first daytime stream on Tuesday or Wednesday, but there's so much furniture that has to be moved around those days. We'll kind of see how it goes. So yeah, moving. Let me see if I can find you the. So something. Here we go. Something like this. There you go. Well, it used to be $4.99. Now it's $5.99. But there's 12 brushes in there, and what's nice is when they first start out, they're pristine with nice points. Then they start getting a little bit more beat up, and then eventually I end up just kind of cutting off part of them and using it as like a stipple brush or a spatter brush or something like that. So Deuce, actually, hey Deuce, that would be good for terrain, wouldn't it? Can you imagine that? Paint that's got glue in it. It would probably make it stronger, don't you think? It would stick to the surface better, wouldn't it? See what I did there? Yeah, that's what you call, I don't know what you call that. Probably something nobody wants to ever hear again. Oh, and Grumdies, remember we've been using these, right, for all the dry brushy stuff and everything? Yeah, that would be the filbert brushes here. Tutu, nice to see you again. So, yeah, I don't know why that just popped into my head. At a certain point, I said, you know what? Because it seemed like folks were just using so much. Talk about an excessive amount of cobalts. People were using so much liquid with their oil paint. Oh, here you go. Look at this. This is still from last night, even. That's a water bottle cap. That's all the thinner that I'm using. Well, Thranio, you have a good night's sleep, and thanks for joining us for as long as you could. I know it's super, super, super late there. So, for cleaning the brushes, not thinner. Using dried acrylic, or it can be used for dried acrylic and oils, not hazardous, no vapors. Also, not expensive. So you do not need all that stuff that people kind of talk about. Oh, you got to get this and that. That's nasty. It's like no. Okay, the odorless thinner. If you get a high quality odorless thinner, it really is actually odorless, and you use so little of it, so just such a tiny, tiny amount, you'll be just fine. Oh, that, well, actually, oh boy, that's the other thing I look forward to is getting back into the terrain again. And, well, in some ways, now the redo that's happening here, it's not going to be the full redo on this room because obviously we have to do stuff that pertains to Kathy. But in order to actually make the space to do the stuff for Kathy, it does mean that the area where I wanted to do all that stuff with the larger scale things, that is one of the areas I have to work on anyway. I literally have to work on that same spot. So I think I'll maybe be able to finally start making some progress there. And I think this 2 week window here, where there's, well, at least not supposed to be any new appointments, I think we'll try and take advantage of that as best as we can. Boy, Abadu, that's for the 1980 sets. Ooh, that sounds pretty sweet. Well, unfortunately never had any of the Gamma 1980 starter sets. Actually, the scale 75 odorless thinner it's not bad stuff. We did use that on 2 vids. I'm gonna try and maybe use that stuff on another vid this month. Mostly, oh, you know what? I might use it on this because we were wanting to combine basically our regular oil paints for pre-glazed stuff and then use that stuff over the top. Hey, Arta Michael. So yeah, Bill. Now, have you? What's those are what 21 mil or something like that? Are those 18 mil tubes on the Gamlin 1980 set? What the heck are these? Are these like 17s or something? Or are they 21s? Okay, so 21s. I'm guessing probably that the Gamlins are also 21s. Alloy, it's kind of funny that you should mention that because between all of the different 3D printing, Lord of the Rings folks, uh, well, I think, oh, actually, Medbury Miniatures, I think, does Forlong the Fat. And actually, maybe Kurzlook does too. But yeah, so well, like I said, I know that I've got two basically Medbury Miniatures dull Amaroth assembled. This is one that I actually converted. Actually, we took some Forge World bits. We took believe it or not, it's the same horse. Let me show you something here. Check this out. This is hilarious. That's the same horse. All three of these, the Boromir conversion, the Imrahil, and our Army of the Dead, that's all basically the same horse from whatchamacallit, Fire Forged, the Knights Templar. Yeah, all three of those. As you can see, just a wee bit of conversions on those. So yeah, this was very fun, uh, and I want to do this on more of my Dol Amroth. Now, I did an army painting series on Dol Amroth back in the day. Ooh, it's going to take a while to get there. Let me see if I can scroll on up there and find my Knights of Dol Amroth. There you are. There might have been a little bit of freehand on these guys, like so. Each one with his own heraldry. There was a guy named Harold also, and he also had his own heraldry. So that was very fun. That was one of my army painting series that I did back in the day. We're going to try and do some more, but with the oils now. So Arta Michael, it's just naphthol. Now the naphthol that I've got here is naphthol medium, but I know at least a couple of folks have already tried the Gamlin naphthol, and they say that it has also got the staining properties too. So you should be good to go there. You know what? I am gonna do that. I'm gonna actually use a little bit of the Radiant Red here, just a smidge of that. So Aloysius, yeah, the really well, we've done just a little bit of Lord of the Rings stuff here. We're basically trying to make one of every army in Middle Earth, even the legendary legions. So we got a pretty big Moria army that's going on. We've got tons of stuff for them. Dunlendings, Wolves of Isengard. Oops, wait a minute. That's whoops. No, we want to go to. Oh, here we go. We've even indulged in some of those guys. Lots of a pretty decent dwarf army now. We've got our Nazgul ring race. We have a very, very large Easterling army. Hey, Doji, how you doing? Nice to see you, Doji. So Doji, yeah, we're just kind of tacking on now the rest of the unit. Here's the first one. Well, one of two, right? This guy here that we've been painting. So Arta Michael, I hope that I mean when you last left us the other night, that was not a happy thing. So I hope that you've been able to kind of catch your breath since then, and we're thinking about you here. So again, I hope that you at least had a chance to kind of catch some wind, and not that kind of wind either. Aloy, I'm really glad. I'm really glad because my goodness, that's just been so much fun. Oh, and here of course our beefy chiefy there. Ah, this guy was so much fun. Really enjoyed the heck out of him. And you can still see the sculpting because we sculpted him up on stream. Sculpted him on stream, and then also here, let me get him back where he belongs. There he is. Okay. Well, not sorry to hear about that too. Sorry to hear about that. I mean, we've had the last 8 months. We've certainly had lots of that kind of stuff going on, so we completely understand. And well, hopefully, well, obviously you were able to get there and back. I know that was, I think you said it was 40 minutes away at least just to try and get there. So hopefully you were able to get there and back. Nope, no issues there. All right, now with these here, we're gonna let's do it with the Perline black maybe here. Right there on his head, and then we'll get into some of the lighter stuff on those as well. Here, let me see what we can do here with the indigo. And then we'll start to get some of the lights into that too. Actually, Artemichael, yeah, that other thing that you saw, well, just given what it was trying to get up to Kathy's parents' house, that one back in November last year, that was, I'd never seen that many deer on a 6-lane interstate highway. That was unbelievable. So Aloysius, yeah, I'm really looking forward to. Let's see, what's the next army that I really wanted to start getting into a bit more here. Well, I want to get back to my Dol Amroth and the fiefdoms in general, because I do have some of the Medberry Lostenark guys here, and you could want to do some Blue Woad, and obviously we want to do the tartans and everything. We want to get the stuff going too. Alright, I'm going to just combo a little bit of the Fanchon red with this maybe. Let's see what happens here. Geez, Artemichael, that's you need yourself you need a mortar or something like that to just fire off some rounds and just lands in the middle of all of them. And well, then you'll have a lot of venison. You might want to hide the carcasses really soon, but you'd have yourself some venison that way. All right, Bill. Again, I'm really sorry to hear about the printer thing. You know that we're thinking about you there. Oh my gosh, that is just a hideous thing. So yeah, oh gosh, I think Lostenark is actually pretty darn close to Minas Tirith. So it's the clansmen of Lostenark. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that the correct way, but that fiefdom, I was surprised where it was located. It's actually one of the closest ones to Minas Tirith of all things. Pelagir is kind of south. I wouldn't say southeast, but definitely south. So Artemichael could go for some mooses. And thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. And of course, this was our latest Patreon video right here. So we started out with the color chart. We only used these 8 colors, and that's how we were able to paint this guy. And then in 90 minutes, we did all of those color charts, and we also painted the miniature in that time. So again, just kind of saying the oils they can help you work through all of those piles of miniatures, which means, what does that mean? It means you can print as many as you want. Print to your heart's content because you're going to get them all painted really fast. All right, Han, thanks again for joining us here. Appreciate that as always. And I hope that these next couple of videos will be just as useful for you, like the thing with the blue. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Anon. Somebody wanted moose. Somebody wanted some moose. There's Anonymous. Now, of course, again, this being a culinary channel, I'm thinking about chocolate mousse. That's got me thinking about chocolate mousse for sure. Other folks, maybe not as obsessed with food as I am, might be thinking something else. But thank you so much, Anonymous. I appreciate that. All right, here a little bit more of our light. Again, just kind of doing the little socks, right, that these guys would have. Got the little boom right there. We'll do that, and then we got to start thinking about the bridle over here too. These are from, again, the Song of Ice and Fire. The upside is that they're essentially almost unbreakable one piece. Well, they're not really one piece. Somebody else has glued them together. They're not actually one piece. But the mold lines can be a little bit difficult to remove, which is why we've got things like these sanding sticks here. So we typically start with the rougher grit, and then we go with the finer grit. They're typically in packs of, I want to say 20, and you'll have all sorts of different grits. Some are really rough, some are not so coarse, some are much finer. Back over here to here's the indigo. I guess we're pretty solid on the pants there as far as that lighter color goes. Hey, Silly Moss, nice to see you again. And we'll see you later, Paint Killer, or Paint Licker. Sorry. I think I've done that a couple of times. Sorry, Paint Licker. I'll get that straight. Well, Art of Michael, you can have mousse and then have mousse for dessert. You could have mousse, and then why not have the chocolate mousse for dessert? I've never actually eaten mousse, so I don't know how tasty they are. Wow, we have more doctors in the house. There's doctors everywhere, because now we have Dr. Faust. Dr. Faust, how the heck are you doing? Everybody please give Dr. Faust Painting Clinic that follow. Of course, Dr. Faust, once you get in there past all the ads and all that stuff, if you want to post a link to what you've been working on, obviously not right now, you don't have pictures of that, but I know you got lots of work in progress stuff. So, 3 hours ago, these two guys were just primer. And I know you're hugely surprised by that, Dr. Faust. I know that shocks you completely that these two gents right here and their horsies had Zippo paint on them 3 hours ago. And of course, here is the yet another one of the unit. This was the very first one we did on a tutorial vid. This was our latest stream before this. A little bit different theme and a little bit different color scheme. Look at all that fun reflected metal right there. That's not TMM, that's just non-metallic. So we reflected the wings there. So lots of fun on this guy. So Dr. Faust, I hope that you're doing good. I'm sure you had a blast on stream too. So, and everybody, of course, I think you're already following Dr. Faust. If you're like conscious at this time, you're probably already following Dr. Faust. So Dr. Faust, again, if you want to post any links to stuff, that would be just fine. It's a Doomsday vibes. Hello, little hobbits. Dude, don't confuse me with the fiefdoms. It's like, well, you are supposed to come to the aid of Gondor, like when they tell you to. He says, nah, I think I'll take a pass this time. Hey, it gets dangerous out there with all those orcs. No, thanks, Isidore. Well, here you go. there's proof right there. That's Wapelius Spellbrush. And of course, his little sidekick, that's Cad right there. And of course, we've painted 3 of these now. So basically, every year on my stream anniversary, I paint another one of these. It's kind of like the painting of Dorian Gray. As long as I keep painting a new version of me every year, we basically live eternally, whether people want us to or not. So you got no choice. As long as we keep painting a new Wapelius every year, it means we live forever. But it also it has to be a different scale each time. So let's see, that one was, well, 30-ish. The one we did the year after that was 54-ish scale. The one we did this year was basically 72. So holy smokes, um, they're going to get big. Either that or I go back to a smaller scale. One or the other. Oh, thanks, Aloysius. I appreciate that. So, of course, we're not one of the Astari. We could be, I guess. I don't know. We could be. I mean, is he wearing gloves? I don't know. Don't know if he's actually wearing gloves or not. But we are going to start getting some lights here on the sword, I think, too. It's getting to be that time. Let's get some lights on the sword here. Let's hit some of our radiant turquoise, shall we? Certainly on this part of the sword. Also, this part of the sword. Now, on the Song of Ice and Fire miniatures, basically, you figure that the body, like the horse and the rider itself, is almost like a sort of a high-grade bones type of plastic, but all the weapons they're more like regular GW plastic. So uh, they're not bendy or anything like that. Not like bones stuff. Those bones weapons can be a little bit on the bendy side. These aren't going to do that, which is very nice. All right, there's our light there. Oh, this. Well, actually, Doji. I guess that means when I fight the Balrog, I get a white robe, don't I? I can't remember it well. I think the last time I wore white was a White Sox jersey. It's probably the last time. Now, oh, here we go. It's just we're trying to use some of the fast matte white right there. A smidge of it there. Some this away. There we go. So Doji, yeah, you don't want to mention the C word on the south side down here. So now, of course, it might be difficult to see, but right there. So see in the freehand right there, that is the 1919, or not, well, 1917 actually. That's the 1917 White Sox logo right there on the freehand. So yeah, that north side stuff, that doesn't cut it down here. I think now of course there might be yeah, that's a bit like oh, that's like speaking Mordor Black Tongue in Rivendell or something like that. That's yeah, you don't do that down here on the south side. That'll get you. That could get you a spot of trouble right there. I'll have to get some of the radiant red slash, yeah, a little bit of the Fanchon red on his snoot there too. Now here, let's get a little bit of the light there. Now, of course, when it comes to, so here's some of our recent chapters. Now, remember how we we had to darken down this one horse because we had both of the horses were kind of starting to get to be that same sort of Terra Rosa color, and we shifted this one darker by taking the Van Dyke brown and darkening that. Then of course we'll contrast more than just light versus dark, and believe it or not, you would think, okay, that only is really relevant on super high contrast, like lots of real bright colors. Nope. And it actually really does matter on other stuff too. And of course, color temperature and intensity. Let's get back to our stuff here, and we'll combo this up with a film noir. So we'll get these two guys side by side, and we're going to do this. Away it goes. And we'll do this too. Wow. Now that's kind of fascinating. Um, Here, let's do these. Let me see these two guys next to each other. Okay, so they look kind of similar, but let's bring the color back. We bring that back. So value-wise, they're the same, but as you can see, this one it's a much more of a bluish black right there. We have the dark browns there, and then of course you saw this next to this. So very, very different. Again, I recommend that you take pictures of your miniatures, and then you can essentially go into every phone as some kind of an app. You can kill the color on it. You could really get a fresh perspective on your miniature by looking at it that way. It really does make a big difference. And of course, I'll never forget the Reaper Con. There was somebody that came up. They wanted the whole, like the critique thing or whatever, and I didn't say anything about their miniature. I just said, "Do you mind if I do this?" And I put it under the camera, and I did that. And he just looked at it. And he said, "I'll be back in 15 minutes." He comes back. He says, "Stick it under the camera. Do that black and white thing again." And he looks at it and he says, "Give me 5 more minutes." I didn't say anything. And that ever since that's stuck in my mind, and that's why we do the film noir stuff here, because it was such a dramatic thing that me basically just keeping my app shut and letting them just kind of look at it themselves and go, all right, that's what I got to do. And well, you can do the same thing too, obviously. So see there, Grundy also takes the pics of the work in progress all the time, but Grundy's also got finished pictures that can be shared of award-winning miniatures, and that's Grundy. I know I've asked you about 3 times already, but if you wouldn't mind, I think there's some new folks here. If you wouldn't mind posting your Daughters of Cain, obviously anything else too, it doesn't matter. That doesn't have to only be them. But if you wanted to share those and just show folks what's possible with the oils and not a lot of time, that's always handy. So I always appreciate it when folks show me what they're doing with the oils. And Dr. Faust, so what were you working on stream? Sorry that I got sidetracked there. It's kind of been happening that way. We've been pretty easy to derail lately. Now, let me do this. Terra Rosa. Oh, there's the Terra Rosa over there. Actually, no, geez. AD's got blue fingers now. As actually AD, I've also too. Everybody please give AD Creations a follow. Geez, AD, it's been a long time. So if you wanted to post your the links to your sculpting there on your box, it's been a long time. Might as well do that. Oh, geez, Grumdy. Wow. Well, you know that I may or may not like the Osiarchs just a wee bit, right? Just a touch. So looking forward to seeing what kind of amazing things you do with the Osiarchs there, Grumdy. I know it'll be really fantastic. Oh, look what's happening here. I'm just taking that Terra Rosa. And basically what's happened is as I march up this way, more and more of the Van Dyke Brown mixes with the Terrosa, and look at it, it just gets darker. Did you see me go back to the palette at all? Didn't have to, right? Did not have to. So again, everybody please, please, please check out what Grundy is posted there on his really, really amazing Daughters of Cain. They're just spectacular. Didn't you win? Was it 2 Best Painteds and another award with them, or was it 3 Best Painteds? I know there was three. I don't remember the mix. I know there was a bit of a mix there. See, actually took yellow and green, mixed that together. And there's the Cthulhu box from AD Creations. And everybody, please also give AD Creations a follow. Bam. Good enough there. Well, what about our horsey? Anything else there? I don't know. Let me see what I can do on this thing. Indian yellow to start with, maybe. Like so. Down here a bit. Maybe even a little of that reflect onto the sword blade. Metal surfaces reflect their surroundings. That's definitely a Book of Wapple thing for sure. So 3 Best Painted with the Daughters of Cain. I knew it was 3. I was kind of spacing there on the nature of all 3. Now, instead of doing that greener stuff, why don't I do something like this here? We'll just take the Radiant Blue and start working some of that into here. And then we'll maybe use the Brilliant Yellow Pale to make it lighter from there. Brilliant Yellow Pale. I think that's what we're going to go with here. And again, if you check this out, the pre-glaze, it was a bit unusual. Pre-glaze was nothing but black spinel. It almost harkens back to the old days of when I think it was raw umber. Yeah, I think that was the pre-glaze color. That's all I did was hit it with that stuff. That was years. It really wasn't until I started doing the Twitch streams when I started to experiment with other pre-glazes, because, well, we kind of learned what a staining color was. So when folks, they say, what the heck is a staining color? Believe me, don't be too freaked out by that, because I didn't know there were such things as staining colors. And that's just kind of a term that we use here also. There's no official term. That's just one of my crazy terms, because I had to come up with something to describe at least the effect of what it does. Wow, look at this. This is it's digitally sculpted, but it's almost like our it's a bit like our Rohan guys that we sculpted with the old 9 folds. Remember him? So AD, of course, Gollum likes he likes his paints raw and wriggling for sure. We do actually. I have a Gollum miniature. Actually, I have 2 of them. I think this one actually has some prize. So there's Gollum right there. We'll have to get him, at least that one, painted. Then maybe take the other. I don't know. Maybe do some kind of diorama for the other one. We'll see how that goes. I also have to get a 28 mil Galadriel going. And of course, I never had a chance to prep Eowyn either and make the base for. I don't know how much lighter we really want that to be. I might just we'll take a pause on that. We'll take the indigo. I guess whatever's left of the spinel here. So indigo, the spinel. Let's see if we can reinforce some darks in here. That is I was painting the Wapelius spell brush where we really first noticed that the oils were, I already knew they were more durable than the acrylics, but I didn't realize just how much darker the darks were, how much richer the oil colors were than the acrylics. because I was basically painting the same miniature in oils that I painted in acrylic in the same color scheme. Also, too, that while the freehand is easier to do, everything's easier to do. What am I talking about? Hands down, everything's easier. Now we have, of course, we've got the printing goes ever on version. He's like, yep. Got the ring. 20 loaves of lambus bread and a cave troll. Poof, there's a ring. Well, it actually was a little bit messier than that, but I'm dark and terrible, and you will all love me. Downside is you're gonna despair. So you love me, that's a plus. The despair, maybe not as big a plus, but hey, I've got me a ring, so that's all good. So that is a 72 mil version of Dark Queen Schmaladriel. Of course, we have Warrior Schmaladriel here. So this another 3D print, and of course all the 3D printed basing bits right there. So yeah, the we have ourselves a golem. Of course, I think I also have the RNS Studios version, and I do believe that the Printing Goes Ever On did yet another golem version this month. Here, let's do some more this way. Oh boy, a mold line runs through it. Yes, once again, another big old mold line. All right, let me see if I can change the look of this with maybe. I don't know. Let's see what happens with this. With the radiant violet here. Is that just enough of a color change to make this work? Of course, mixed with the indigo, that kind of makes it a little bit more neutral too, not quite so violet. So yeah, and of course I've got there's regular Galadriel too. Well, how many Galadriels have we got? We also have the Loot Studios version right there. Talk about an excessive amount of kobolds. Do we have too many Galadriels? I don't think so. I don't think we have too many Galadriels. And of course, all of those were painted up on the Twitch channel here. There is actually a tutorial on the Patreon page of the Loot Studios, the Galadriel. I suppose, well, I have a 28 millimeter version of the Printing Goes Ever On Dark Queen Schmaladriel. I have to just paint that one up at some point too. Oh, and you thought that was all the Galadriels that we had? You would be incorrect, because here's another. Whoop, where's that other Galad? There you are. There's another Galadriel. Now that's from Diwali. I printed that one up at 54 mil, and we did a little Galadriel versus the Necromancer diorama. That's also part of the Patreon page. 3 episode series, building the diorama, painting the diorama, and then painting the Galadriel, and then tying everything together. So once again, yes, another one of our painting series. We have a whole building diorama series on the Patreon page. So Waffles, I think an entire army of Galadriels would be pretty devastating. I don't know, man. I'm not sure what could survive an army of Galadriels, especially if she was making lots of or bringing lots of lambus bread. Just ask Alex the cave troll. He says, dudes, man, I'm telling you, lambus bread is awesome, really tasty. 20 loaves at once when maybe you haven't done something in a while. Let's just say you might want to wear different color pants, but as you see, I don't have any, so that wasn't such a problem. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Aloysius. I appreciate that. So that's Alex the Cave Troll. Once again, Boromir may or may not have helped a few of the hobbits. He may or may not have ended up with the ring, which then he gave to Alex the Cave Troll, who didn't have pockets. And of course, a cave troll's diet is not really ideal. So it took a little while before Galadriel figured out the old lambus loaf, the lambus bread trick. Yeah, that's something they didn't tell you in Lord of the Rings. Now, that's only in the appendices right there. Yeah, you gotta really dig down in the appendices to find that part of the story. Really, everything that we do here is actually canon. It's just, for whatever reason, everybody else chooses to ignore those critical elements of the story. I don't know why. Now, of course, unfortunately, well, that's right, Bithron is, he's got a whole different work schedule here. We have to get Bithron back so that we can clip things like that again and continue to make our Demented Middle-earth Theater clips. It kind of gets more and more demented with each puppet show. So yeah, let's get the dark over there. Then we're gonna actually get the dark into the eye here, like so. Do the same over here. Again. And that's it. Well, so we're 3 hours, 30 minutes in. We've got ourselves a fair amount of already done on our two, what are these called? Ranger Vanguards. Again, Night's Watch, Song of Ice and Fire. So the appendices is more of a library, Artemichael. It's a library by itself. Now, again, I kind of doubt you'll see any of this on the Amazon show. So, or the War of the Rohirrim movie, which I'm really looking forward to that. Problem is, that's 2024. Holy smoke, that's a ways away. But can't wait for that. I think that's going to be great. I kind of wish that they had made that into a TV show or a series of some kind. It's going to be Helm Hammerhand will be featured very prominently, and well, he may or may not be at Medjugorje, and he may or may not be at, well, the Hornburg. There you go. Those are a little bit flatter than the usual miniatures that we paint here, but you know, gets the point across. What we got to get across here are more darks, just like that. More darks here. I don't know, a little indigo maybe. Can't hurt. Same over there. There's a crazy mold line there, so I'm just going to hide that in literally a horizon line. Back to the indigo here on the pants. This side of the sword blade, it just can't be nothing. We need a little something there. We have to kind of think about, well, some form of an earth tone reflecting on that side. Oh, so that's going to be a little bit on the more warm side, kind of a gray. Along that edge. Then we'll have to get this edge too. See if we can do that here. I think I'm also going to throw a little bit of the fast matte white out. That's the Gamlin fast matte white. All right, Doji, you have a good one. Appreciate you being around. And well, I was going to try and do a daytime stream tomorrow or Wednesday. I think it would be more likely to see that Wednesday, because there's a lot of furniture that I will be, I think, moving around tomorrow. Boy, it'll be interesting because I'm not quite sure. Obviously, New Line Cinema, if the movie is being done with New Line Cinema, then that's possible. I just don't know if their license or whatever you would call it would extend to the Amazon stuff. Amazon would probably want to do their own if they're going to do anything like that, I would guess. That one that I showed you before, that was a digital sculptor did that one. Obviously, it was a fun little project for him, and it was fun to paint. We did paint that one up on stream. So AD, it's not going to be the new setup. I got to get all the stuff for Kathy together because the new bed is supposed to be here somewhere between the 14th and the 18th. And unless I move all this other stuff, which requires a whole bunch of other stuff to be moved, we won't be able to do that. So that has to start tomorrow, especially since for whatever reason there's a well, at least we think there's a pause in all of the appointment stuff. So we're kind of hoping that it stays that way. Well, even that's not ideal at all. That's definitely not ideal, but in some ways it will try and make something out of that. Oh, thanks, Elos. I appreciate that. There's just so many fantastic. Like here, okay. So the Warg Marauders, the Failcast version is. I don't even like the way it looks. Period. But you need about 20 of those to get one usable one. Diwali has 3 poses of Warg Marauders here. This is one piece. Serious. This whole thing, the 3 goblins, the Warg, everything. That's a one-piece print. Good to go, right? Absolutely good to go. And of course, there's several different ones. These are from Printing Goes Ever On, but Kurzlook, Diwali, and Medbert, they all have their versions of things like the dwarves. So if you want to paint kind of alternate things, I know I've got from Kurzlook the Iron Hills Chariot and the Iron Hills Ballista. I've printed those out. Obviously, that all happened right when all the craziness started here. So that is another thing. Again, we're hoping AD that we can have basically the room set up to where maybe I could get some work done in there. Thanks, Grundy. Oh, 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 look at that. Short on the medicine there. And the nice thing is, Eloy, he has 4 different goats. He has 10 different bodies, 25 different heads. There's even like female heads. He has spears, axes, swords, knives, crossbows, you name it. So there's a ton of also variety. Now here too also, okay, do you get, these are the old metal Dunlendings here, but he also has done regular Dunlending, so see a little tattoo right there. So this is from the Printing Goes Ever On for my Dunlending army. All right, Grumdy, you have a good one. Oh, geez, it's late. Yep, it's after midnight. Sorry about that. Didn't realize it was quite so late. And of course, oh, whoops, wait a minute. Let me, well, can't really get that one. But I have a ton of Harad stuff. So this is from Diwali as well. He did the Hasharan. He did the Merchant Guard. Let me see if I can get one of these Merchant Guard out here for you. This one especially is quite hilarious. So there's one of the Merchant Guard right there. So again, that's Diwali. Really, really, really love their stuff. Now I will say that Diwali is the most realistic looking of all of the Lord of the Rings. Medberry can be slightly stylized. Printing Goes Ever On might be the most stylized. Kurzlik is kind of in between. I think it's becoming a little bit more realistic as it kind of goes along. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe we got this one here. Yeah. So that's one of the Kurzlik L's. We did this in TMM. If you remember, even the banner has metallic paint on it. Even the freehand is done with metallic oil paints. No, back to the, this is again the fast matte white here. Looking to try and secure a couple of nice light highlights. Now, we're hoping to get kind of also back on track with the terrain and everything else so that we can maybe start doing the battle reports. Now, actually, Lynn was very nice. She has been sending off some older equipment that she used to use with her phone. And obviously, I was thinking about maybe trying to use the phone also for doing at least parts of the battle reports. Again, in conjunction with the War of the Ring board game. Now, here's that red that we're talking about. That's the Fanchon red comboed with the white to try and get some of that pinkish color here on his nose. We don't want to. We're not making him look entirely like Santa Claus, but we also want to have that impression that the cold, right, is having an effect on the skin for sure. And we'll get some of that back here as well, all the way over there. And because I think we have a decent amount of that kind of grayish green in there, just courtesy of the pre-glaze by itself. Back to, again, a little bit more of that pink, and let's see if we can't get, again, some of that on his hand to just make it look again like the skin there has gotten really, really cold. Gonna work some of this into the saddle too, actually, even though the saddle's not supposed to be pink, but it's just gonna look like a different type of gray. With everything else that's here, it's just, people look at it and say, it's just another type of gray. They won't look at it and say, wow, that's pink right there. I'll never forget the first time I saw scale 75. It was scale 75, and it was the set of gray paints. I was 10 grays. And I said, seriously? Well, first of all, you wouldn't want to just take black and cut it with white, which, again, the black, right? The black spinel cut with all these radiant colors. See all the nifty grays that you get with actual color instead of just a dead, flat, nothing gray? Just like this, right? I mean, there's plenty of gray in these, none of which is just a dead, flat gray. Absolutely none of it is. I know we're always kind of constantly preaching about that, but it's a simple way to really get a lot of fun extras in your miniatures, and it should be that way anyways. Because that's, I mean, just take a look at anything that's actually gray. It's not just that dead, flat primer gray that you see all the time. There's much more to it than that. Do I want to lighten this up? Oh, we were thinking about maybe some hair texture on the horse too. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. Again, back to the little bit of that pinkish color poof right there. Hey, Nosferatu. Nice to see you again. So Nosferatu, I believe my latest Instagram post, there's a picture of that color chart on the latest Instagram post. Actually, there's two pictures of it. Yeah, there's not just one, there's two. There's one taken sort of as I was painting it, and then there's another one of the color chart and the miniature next to it that is on the Instagrams. Pretty simple, just Wapelius on Instagram, just like on Wapelius here on Twitch. Instagram, if you want to see pictures of stuff that gets painted on stream here, that is, at least for right now, that is the one source for it. I'm hoping eventually to be able to do a website. That's the other reason why people are trying to hook me up with that Surface Pro thing, because well, I could be doing all those graphics while taking care of Kathy, instead of doing, well, none of those none of those things. So Nosferatu, I really do hope that things are going well. All right, we're putting, let's see that little bit of green right there. That is a color shift. We didn't just make it lighter, we shifted the color away. Instead of that kind of brownish color, now you have that little hint of green. We'll do the same there. You would be surprised at the different colors that leather can take on. Just ask Armored Wolf. And of course, if you want to see lots and lots of leather of all different kinds of colors, please go check out Armored Wolf's, not just his Instagrams, but check out the Armored Wolf Etsy page. See how I just soften the edge of that right there? Soften the edge of that, and now we'll get some of that green-ish color over here. Thanks, Landrest. Yeah, we just will have one more horsey to do, and I might just do that. Oh gosh, taking the scale 75 paints and seeing what we can do with those, because we already have we have some examples, right? Paint examples. So maybe this is the one where we do the combo of our own colors, the staining colors, and the scale 75, and see. Well, obviously we know that's the ideal way to do something like that, right? Is to just take the two and use the best from each one, instead of just like, nope, we're only using this one thing from this one company. That's not how we roll here. Actually, Landrest, all kidding aside, I kind of have to get some Mars Black, because that black spinel is getting chewed up pretty darn quick. So it would be a fun video for sure, but we need to start preserving our black spinel, so I'm going to have to get me some of that Mars Black no matter what. It sure would be interesting to see how different it is, just in terms of the color, and then of course, well, then the other stuff, like the staining and how it interacts with the radiance, how fast it dries. My guess is it's going to be kind of a matte color, because it's made from, there is some oxide in that, so it should actually dry fairly matte. Oh, geez. Oh, Landras, thank you. Well, not much in there, but we can toast that with. Oh, look, wait for it. There is a drop left. All right, Isidore, thank you so much for that raid. I appreciate that. Or Isildur, right? Well, but you, sorry, I already dropped that one on you before. I won't do that one to you again. But everybody, please give Isidore a follow. Thank you so much. So AD, one of the things that I know that Stila discovered this, that Mars Black. Well, I read it in the basically that kind of history, or that little bit of info that Dick Blick puts on each paint, and I read, I think someone read that Mars Black is sort of like the poor man's black spinel. And by poor man, that's pretty much all of us, because black spinel, it ain't cheap. Well, Landress, thanks again. I appreciate that. Hey, Landress, remind me to save at least the that one guy on horseback there, that one unit attachment of the Night's Watch. We'll save him for that. I was just gonna paint him up on stream, but just remind me to save that guy for the Color Theory Mars Black video. Waffles, I haven't tried any of their primer. Actually, the last time I used any Monument paints was, that's when it was still Creature Caster. That's the last time I've ever used anything of theirs. Now, how many primers do they make there, Waffles? Is it just kind of a white, black, and gray? And I guess if you use them, what do you think of them? But I have not had a chance to use any of those. All right. Hey, Dave. How you doing? So, Dave, ironically enough, this, right, so that's the Black 3.0. To me, as far as I'm concerned, it really doesn't work the way they kind of claim it does. However, it's fabulous for painting the edges of bases. Now here, let me push this stuff aside here, and let me grab these Greyjoys right here. Now, of course, these aren't magnetized, so we gotta be a little bit careful about them. But oh, here we go. So you can see how flat and matte that is. There's there's no shininess to it at all. So that's why it's the most expensive rim basing or rim painting material known to mankind. Because that container, I don't know, that's 20 something bucks right there. Ah, okay. Yeah, Green Fairy Studios, I'll shoot you those, well, obviously after the stream tonight. And, well, the nice thing is you'll have them all in one place, too, Green Fairy. So thank you so much. Appreciate that, Green Fairy. Um, so, Landris, I'm looking forward to seeing that Mars Black. We'll try it on terrain as well. I mean, we'll torture test it on everything. Yeah, so AD, we've been kind of searching for, because Black Spinel being a Series 4 Williams, oh, well, Series 4 Gamma, that's not quite as bad as the Series 4 Williamsburg, but that's basically a cadmium level color right there. And we've been, is there any way that we can find something that does a similar thing that A, is opaque, B, dries very flat, and C is staining. So those three things, so far, the only other thing that anybody's been able to find was the Mars Black that kind of can do all three of those things. Dave, yeah, we gave up on the Vallejo primers a long, long time ago. We were very sad that they were, well, junk, but unfortunately they were. There's a bunch of other Vallejo stuff like the texture paste that I like. They're really good, but the primer, not so much, unfortunately. That didn't work out terribly well. Now here I'm just going to use that as a bit of a blending brush right here. Just hit this whole thing, and then we'll let some of the some of the darker brown mix in with that, and blammo, there you go. Ah, the Michael Graham. Okay, I always keep forgetting, Landrest, about the Michael Graham stuff. Sorry about that. I always forget about it. All right, now I'm gonna take this. No. I'll just use one of these guys right here. Again, they're just little junky old craft brushes here. Nothing special. Let's see. I think on Dick Blick AD, the Series 4 is gonna be somewhere in that. Ooh, I think 18 maybe on sale, but maybe in at least the low 20s, maybe mid 20s. Yeah, Abidu, lamp black, ivory black, not staining colors, right? Most definitely not. And you can leave them on there as long as you want too. Remember Stila with her staining barrels that she did? And oh my gosh, she did those. She said, "Look at this. There's nothing here." Yeah, that was lamp black, ivory black, and she left them on there like for a half an hour, and they just came right off of there. Well, Nosferatu, I don't have. This is the only Naphthol red that I've got. Uh, I keep forgetting to actually put that in my cart. The Gamlin version. Uh, when Williamsburg does not have a Naphthol, does it? Now, of course, this one was I think this might have been a different one too, but this one's still stained. Now, of course, you can see how opaque that is. And I was surprised as heck, man. I was so surprised that it did. I was not expecting that to stain whatsoever. And it was just a total accident that it even happened in the first place. It was part of a color theory in oils videos. Huge shock. We learned something that we had no clue was going to happen. I mean, if nobody else ever watches those videos, I'm still gonna keep making them because, well, I learn a bunch when I'm doing those. At least I can teach myself something, even if nobody else on earth ever watched those things. They would still be well worth it, just for what I would learn. So Williamsburg does have a Naphthol red. Okay. There was an oh, there's a. I know there was a couple of those Winsor Newton colors they came out with. Oh gosh, was it over the winter or over the spring or something like that? Maybe earlier in the summer. They came out with some new stuff, and I know a lot of people were asking me about it. I won't be getting those anytime soon. I wish I could. I would have actually, just to give them a try. I think the super sale on those is over. Basically, if you bought, I don't know, $30 worth of Winsor Newton paints, you got one color free or something. Yeah, Landress would just say that a lot of them would have just kind of been repeats or extras to what we already have here. Because I don't even remember what the heck they were. Do you remember which ones they were at all in any specific way? I couldn't tell you what a single one was. Hey, Space Nifty, how you doing? Actually, now Abadoo, how does that one work? Because a few folks have asked me about that. And you know, of course, I always appreciate any data that people can offer and say, hey, look, this didn't work, or hey, this really works, you got to try it. So just let me know if you thought that it was a reasonable thing that had some success for you. Yeah, I mean, Landrest, if we can't make pink, if we can't figure out a way to make that, then we have to surrender our linseed oil brotherhood badge. If we can't at least do that much. Uh, it's funny you should mention that, Michael. It's funny you should mention that. Do you remember the painting video that I did with the scale 75 oils? Guess which color? I said, man, this looks an awful lot like Fanchon Red. And I don't even need to give you one guess because you already know. Yes, it's that. There actually is a vermilion in that set. Of course, they also have something that kind of acts like Brilliant Yellow Pale because it's actually, and of course, I'm not able to pronounce that, the Areolide or whatever yellow, because that's in, well, it's in like half the colors in that set. So Williamsburg Permanent Red, more staining than the Fanchon, but twice the price of the Naphtha. Well, sometimes Nosferatu, you just got to go with the price. I mean, it's not like it's bad, right? It's certainly not cheap. I mean, it's cheaper, but definitely no cheap stuff. Not at all. So there is AD. I've never been interested in that. I know a couple of other folks have experimented with it, and they weren't necessarily super pleased. So that's another reason why I kind of haven't messed with it, is a few people that we know. Now here I'm not really going to do a whole bunch on that horse's hoof because I want to do the snow, right? Kind of flying off of his hoof there. And of course, well, that's AD. It's kind of interesting that you should mention that too, because that's one of the reasons why, for me, for the oils, wouldn't be using it, but for acrylics, some big advantages, right? For sure. Yeah, Nasra, I was really surprised when I saw that. I'm like, whoa, this looks an awful lot like Naphthol, or sorry, awful like the Fanchon Red, and I think it had the same pigment in it even. Again, I don't always trust the pigment numbers because I've seen, well, Terra Rosa and Burnt Sienna, or sorry, Burnt, no, it's Burnt Sienna. Yeah, Terra Rosa and Burnt Sienna, they're both the same pigment number. Also, so is Asphaltum. They're all Pigment Red 101. All of them, which just was that was interesting to see as well. As I get a little more dark, I think here in the main. Yeah, let's get that main a little darker. We'll have to actually get some lights on that side of it there, though. Darken this down again, too. Same here. Okay, and this right up here, we'll do a little bit of maintenance on that. I'm just going to take me some brown matter, and we'll just kind of go over the top of the kind of lighter Terra Rosa stuff there. I don't want it to be that quite light of a orange there. Actually, let's see, Dave. What are you talking? You got $30 for a 5-ouncer, I think. This is bigger than that. Where the heck is the size? Oh, that's right. It doesn't have the stupid size on it, I don't think. Nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. Well, this does, though. So this is 4 ounces. Actually, no, wait a minute. Check that, Dave. This is that size. That's the size. So basically 5 ounces. That's this size. And this was maybe 25, $26. I got it maybe direct from them or something like that. So Dave, I don't think that's the worst price in the world. Again, I just got it directly from them. So maybe that's why it was less. I mean, not by much. It was only a few bucks less, I think. Obviously, you have free shipping if you're getting it via Amazon. So I think you're right on there, Dave. It's a weird thing, right, Nosferatu? Now, of course, since I've now mentioned it several times on stream, it's been a while since I got the Stuart Semple ads on YouTube. For a while, because I was mentioning the Black 3.0 all the time. Yeah, it's not like your phone never listens to you. The phone never listens to what you're saying. Not at all. Because it's not like anytime I talk about something on stream or whatever. The War of the Ring board game. Remember that? So before the stream, I check out Amazon and it was $120. I do a stream. We're talking about how it's $120 on Amazon. After the stream, because Armored Wolf is like, so wait, how much did they want for that? Because we were looking for it. It was $79. It was $80. It went from 120 to 80. So I'm just, I'm gonna say, all right, I want a vehicle that costs $10. I want 2 cents a gallon gas. I want chorizo that costs 5 cents for the good stuff. Let's see. Yeah, oh, Nosferatu. Well, I know that. What is it? Not Armada. The Legion or whatever, right? The Star Wars game. You have to do those. So AD gets treated to the husband's searches on Amazon on her phone. So Armored Wolf says that you can find a $10 car at the local impound. I guess. I mean, you could always turn it around and sell it for $1,000. I mean, hey, I'll take the 900. All right, let's get a little bit. Oh yeah, there we are. Some light there. Some light there. We never really got all of the lighter stuff up here on the top of the horsey there. So Arda Michael, I know you were saying when the whole school thing starts again. Now I hope that you have some time to be able to get things done that you want to get done for yourself, printing wise, painting wise, before that starts to kick into high gear again. All right, let's do some of our lighter. There we go. And of course, everybody again, please give Armored Wolf a follow, not only on Instagram but also on Etsy, because that's where you're going to find not only all the fabulous basing stuff, but also the incredible dice bags, journal covers, barrettes, you name it. There's a lot of spectacular things. Now, what it's going to be handy here is to actually get some of the little details that they actually put into the horse's face here, under his eyes. Got some other muscles right there. So let's do those too. Let's not forget them. So Arda Michael needs 50 painted minis by the end of August. Now, actually, so Armored Wolf, I think, I don't know, maybe I might be ordering from that Japanese place again. I may not wait until the weekend. I might, maybe by Wednesday or Thursday, I might be ordering from them because we finished the last of the stuff today before the appointment. I think I'm just going to get us a bunch of the miso soup. I don't know if it comes in different size containers there. So yeah, Armored Wolf, I've got to, well, now that that's gone, we're both going to be going into immediate withdrawal. So I'm going to have to order some more of that. Not tomorrow, but maybe Wednesday, because, yeah, well, I know tomorrow there's some other food I was going to be making. So I think Wednesday I'll get that, because that lasted us, when did you first get that, Armored Wolf? Was that Thursday that you got that? And Armored Wolf, I can only hope that the stuff that you guys found was as good as what you had sent here, because wow, that was delectable for sure. Now I'm gonna go over here. I think we could stand to get some lighter colors on his chest here. I thought, oh geez, it was Friday. Okay, so even with Kathy's tiny portions, that didn't last very long. So yeah, we'll have to definitely get some more of that. That's incredible stuff. All right, we're back over here again. I'm just trying to get this area kind of up to snuff, up to speed with where this is right here. And then we'll just hit some more of our light down here. And then a little bit over here. Like so. And like so. Smidge over there, why not? Let me see. Maybe we'll get a little more light on his chin there. Also, we got to think about what's happening there with his mouth. Could even consider doing a little bit of some hair texture there. About like that. Now here, let's get his mouth over here. Now there's it kind of disappears over here, so we'll just have to kind of paint that in, but it really just not going to be noticeable. Line up that muscle there a little bit too. I don't know. Let me see what I can do here on his tail. That was another case of, it's not really a mold line. It's sort of a mold line. But what I'm going to try and do is go right along this. It kind of makes it look almost a little bit shiny. We're not looking to highlight the whole entire edge, just a little bit here. Okay, and that one section. Then, yeah, see up along here, we'll do that too. think as long as we can get right down to about here, we're good. Then this up here we need to hit. Like so. Here. More like that. There we go. Oh, and thanks, Rottweiler. Hey, Rottweiler, how you doing? So Rottweiler, hopefully you had lots of new follows, and hopefully you'll get some more, because we're going to say, everybody please follow, sorry, Rottweiler1616. Thank you so much, Rottweiler. Appreciate that. And of course, Rottweiler, if you want to share what you've been working on your stream as well, so that the folks in the chat can see that, that would be very nifty. So thank you so much for the donation. That will really help. Because, of course, today, now that some of the things are here and we're starting to kind of organize things, we said, oh, now we're going to need this too. It's been a little bit of that. The things come in, and then we realize, well, if we really are going to take advantage of that, or, well, that's great, but we kind of also should have this with it too. So there's going to be a lot of secondary things like that, where we realize, better get that too. So thanks, Rottweiler. Appreciate that. Let me see what I can do over here. I'm just bits of fur right there. There's also his little beard. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. I'll take maybe some of the Fanchon red here, mix it with some of, that's our original pre-glaze. We're mixing that with. Separate the, yeah, there we go, because there are some chompers that are showing there. Hey, Lethal Shadows, how you doing? So it keeps timing out all day. So Rottweiler, oh gosh, it was a couple of weeks ago, I think, where in this area at least, Streamlabs was down. There was nobody was streaming in this area. At least again, not where I was, and there was quite a few reports of it being down. Actually, when I kind of looked at the, there's a little bit of like online reports you can find for that. So sorry that there was being. I hate when that happens too. It can be frustrating, right, later, because it seems like everybody else is streaming, except you. And that is frustrating as all heck. So Lethal Shadows, I hope that you're doing well. So Lethal Shadows, I'm hoping to maybe tomorrow to start doing, because I think everything now, they're all dry. So we're going to be taking this one off of its mount there, and we'll start doing some of the final pictures there, and we'll be sending them your way. And of course, everybody, Lethal Shadows Gaming is a fantastic printing service. But also, please give Lethal Shadows Gaming a follow on Twitch as well, because Lethal Shadows also does the streaming thing. So Lethal Shadows, nope. There's we're hoping, because there may not be any more appointments until maybe the 25th or something like that. So I'm hoping that maybe we can use that time to try and assemble stuff, because anything that requires assembly, basically of any kind, is a no-go right now. I literally cannot get into this room to do that, and this is the only place I can do it right now. And of course, obviously, I have to be keeping track of Kathy, so we're hoping that some of the things that are on the way here also can be set up in that room. Now here, get a little bit of our light in there. Good to go. Same here. Alright, now that looks a little bit more like his hand. And everybody please give Lethal Shadows Gaming that follow. Actually, Lethal Shadows, If you want to list your conventions, that the events that you're going to be doing over the next couple of months there, I'm sure people would, if they're heading to those events, that way they can be looking for you. Oh, that's cool, Lethal Shadows. And again, those are really fantastic miniatures sculpted by Rocket Pig Games and again, printed by Lethal Shadows. So if you don't have a 3D printer, or if it just maybe a file that you feel like, nah, I can't print that many of that file, you just head on over to Lethal Shadows. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of files, and if somehow they don't have one that you're looking for, they can try and work out something for you. So they'll try and make it happen for you. Now what I gotta make happen over here is this chompers. There we go. Okay, we got those. That's better. Now I also have to get the cheek right here. That works. There we are. Okay. And then we'll try to get the rest of his ear. Let's see what. Oh, ooh, wow, yeah, we definitely need to get some more of the lighter color here. So we got ECCC, then PAX, oh, and then a Black Friday. Oh my goodness, that'll be interesting. A Black Friday event there in Seattle for Geekcraft Expo. Alrighty, gotta get this lighter line right in here. Bingo. And we'll just let it sort of mix with everything that's there. Alright, there we go. Now we got that kind of sharp edge. Let me look at this other sword here. Sure enough, I think I want to do the same on that one. So, oh, by the way, these two miniatures 4 hours and 16 minutes ago were sans paint. No paint whatsoever, just primer on them. That's it. Nothing but primer 4 hours ago. I think there'll be a bunch of folks that say, wait, what? That's a couple of cav in 4 hours. You attack on this guy. He was about 75 minutes-ish, something like that, 70, 75 minutes. So you're talking on basically on average about 70-something minutes per figure. That's, I'm not good at math, but that sounds like an hour and 10 minutes to me. That's cav right there, and this is a larger figure too, right? It's not exactly Lord of the Rings scale. And the nice thing is too that the paint is going to be so much more robust than anything with acrylics. And that's not just me that has noticed that. That is so many other folks that have also been using the oils now for several months, if not over a year. So again, everybody please go check out Lethal Shadows Gaming. And also, again, give them a follow too, because they also do the Twitch stream thing. And you're going to be streaming at all the shows also too, right? Lethal Shadows. So Lethal Shadows will also be live streaming from those events. What do we got going on here? More. Oh, do I ever get the dark down in there? I think this is a case where, yeah, when it was being assembled by somebody, better them than me, I'll tell you that. Alright, I'm just going to chuck in a little more of our dark here. So this was the first one that we started them out both simultaneously. Then we pretty much were working on this guy. Then we set him aside and try to get the other one up to speed. And then we're coming back to this one here, trying to get maybe into some darks here also. Something like that. That's just too, wow, for as dark as that is, it's still too darn light. Holy smokes. Yeah, see, well, you see what I'm doing there? Putting that cooler gray color into that shadow area. A little bit of a color surprise like that, it really does make a huge difference. we'll do the same here too. Also, color goes somewhere, right? Must go everywhere. What's going on up here? A little bit of that there too in that shadow area. I mean, nothing wrong with the dark brown there, but when this is dry and you don't have the shinies on that, oh boy, is that going to make a fun difference. It's going to give this guy just that little extra oomph. Again, doing just a tiny bit of it there in some of those darker recesses. And this is actually an incredibly dark color, but you see it right there, it looks like a light color. Just as a testament to how dark the area is around it. Now what I'm going to do is just take some of this and we'll just let that all get mixed together. So easy. Now I'm going to do the same thing on this tail that we did on the other tail. Just grab something like this. This will sort of give that tail a little bit of a shine, hopefully. That's what we're looking to do in probably up here. Okay, here, a little more, there we go. Alright, this side of the tail. And here too. Oh, this top one. Now, of course, the other reason I wanted to do this was to do a little bit of Muskorovka on the crazy weird mold line that tends to run right down the center of this. And the act of filing that away really roughens up that line so much. It's just weird how that happens. Maybe a little brilliant yellow pale into this to one step late. Maybe that's just not enough. A little more of the brilliant yellow pale. See what happens here. Just enough, it looks like. Okay. So that, see how that looks like almost like a silky mane or something like that? It's not like it's metallic, but in some ways it's a bit of a shiny type of a thing, as if it were something like metal. And guess I'll do a little bit on the mane, maybe not. Down here, we will do one more round of that here. Maybe smaller. Yeah, a little less. Okay, that should work. Let's get back to our light. Maybe not so much of the cooler color. I was making it that way because, well, it's so darn close to where the snow is going to be. So again, all of this, there's a reason why we're barely messing with this, is that it's all going to be more like this once all the snow effects are on there. So you'll see, what's the point? Again, that is the Armored Wolf crushed glass snow. We're going to do the icicle effects on there too, and of course the Armored Wolf grass tufts as well. Those, I use them, believe it or not, for both winter basing and this. Look at that, that's the same tuft. Also for desert. So you can have them for dessert, I suppose. Kind of fibrous. You might have static cling in a part of your body where you don't want it, but I mean, you can give it a shot. The hooves here. Let's just hit these. It's kind of just a generic tan color. I don't know, I guess some folks would say yellow, almost like yellow ochre. Wow, there's a color I haven't used in a long time. I think there was something. It was the Richardson ochre. I think Richardson has like a version of yellow ochre or something. Because I'll never forget, Grimm kept talking about it. He says, yeah, you got to try those Richardson paints. Bingo. Same over here. And that needs to just, there we go. It's toned down. I know I wanted that lighter sock there, but eh. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. Again, you do the Army Painter Pledge level, you are getting every tutorial I have ever made. Some of those really old ones are kind of interesting. Because, well, first of all, there's a lot of acrylics on there. We're talking about oils all the time. Even now, for as many oil painting videos as I've done, there might still be more acrylic videos than oil ones. So for the folks that are just saying, oh, that's all about oils, I'm not interested in that, there's a ton of acrylic stuff there. And there's a few more that I want to make. And some of it is, it's called getting into the mindset with oils. Essentially taking things like contrast paints or other things along those lines, mixing them with lighter opaque colors, and almost in some ways using them like we would use the oil paints. And now that I've got, I mean, again, they're not brand new jars or anything like that, but they still have paint in them. It's still usable. We will try and do a contrast video there. So there's still more acrylic videos being made for the Patreon page. It's not just oil paint. I think we did a calculation that there's, wow, close to 100, if not over 100 basing videos on there. Just basing. More basing, more better. Alright, let me go back to this guy again here. I don't want to do too much thinner there. See, that was too much. I just took my blending brush and just wiped it away. And it was all good to go again. And we'll do some more here. We'll lighten up his knee, a couple places here. Bit more of this, oh, right here on his cheek, maybe. Let's hit this hair, I think, a little bit more too. There's a bunch. There are a couple of different things here that need to get sharpened up on the face. Right here, the main. All right. I think that the nose is reasonably okay. Gonna have to do something about the mouth over there. Just grab whatever this is. Throw some of it right over there. Also on the lower half of the bridle there. Never really got anything on there, light or dark. And now I think what I might be doing, because now we're at about 4.5 hours, it is 1 o'clock in the morning, and we still have a video to edit and render. I just want to, okay, so, there's Drax. There we got Drax. Yeah, well, I think we're going to head over Drax's way, because it's been a little while since I had a chance to raid Drax, and I think that's going to be cool. This will also give me a chance to thank everybody that has contributed to the Amazon wish lists in any way, shape, or form. For the folks that have been kind enough to donate to the fund there, again, we appreciate that, and it's really made a huge difference. But basically, one of the reasons I'm streaming now, I'm pretty sure, is because everybody's been so kind, so generous, that it's gotten Kathy in a little better shape, a little less dire, at least just on a day-to-day basis. And that has been able to free up the opportunity for me to be able to stream actually at my normal time. We also want to thank Armored Wolf for doing all the links and the posting. Or we may have to ixnay that for a while. Sorry about that, Armored Wolf. We'll hold that thought. We'll hold that thought as we welcome in Teals. Teals, how the heck are you doing? And thank you so much for the raid, everybody. Please give Tealskull a foul.
Spark my ganja.
so much, Jack again. Hello, little hobbits. So you didn't defend Minas Morgul. No, it was Minas Ithil, dude. It was like the Tower of the Moon. It's like, yeah, it looks like a nasty green tower to me now because of you. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. All right, well, that was the first round. Geez, Laminessa, I thought you were already done with the second run. And I was like, holy smokes, that printer is faster than I thought it was. So, Teals, how the heck are you doing? And everybody, please give Teal Skyer a follow. So, well, here we go. 4 hours and 29 minutes ago, these two guys, and I know you're going to be hugely surprised by this, Teals. This is all they were, was just primer. So these two guys here again, painted with the oils as always. Yeah, that's basically an hour and 2 hours 15 minutes each. Poof, there you go. And now here's the other guy from that same unit. We're using actually Black Spinel and the Radiance. That's something we've been using a lot of. Here's some other recent things. I don't think you've seen these. These were from Lethal Shadows Miniatures. They did the printing on that. And here's another one. This was our latest stream. Saturday? Yeah, this was our Saturday stream right here. And there was some fun, look at all the fun little reflections in there and such. Yeah, it's a slow night, right, Teals? It's a slow, slow night. Now, Lamines, were there any sort of sneaky failures in there? Because you know how it is. Sometimes you think something printed, and then you go to just kind of do the final prep on it, and you just kind of go, wait a second. I thought this one was fine. What's missing here? So I don't know whether any of those stealthy failures either. Oh, thanks, Dave. And of course, you can check that one out. You can check that one out as a past session here. And Teals, actually, Teals here, we've had a chance to do some more TMM stuff on stream. So we painted up all of these guys, and this was another video right there that we did. So those were really a blast. And here's the whole unit. Let me see if we can grab this here without breaking too many things. There they are. So there's that unit of the Greyjoys. And 3D printed bits. So 3D print, see those reeds and cattails and the branches and such. All that is, again, from Make It Epic Basing. Some fabulous stuff. Oh, it came off the build plate. Well, Luminous, that does sound like a... Well, I think you were saying it's kind of an easy thing to fix. It's just a time that you're waiting for that next print to come out. Of course, Luminous, thanks. I know it's really late. I know it's really, really late, so I appreciate you keeping me company here, too. And Teals, we have some other fun stuff here. This, people had wanted to see multiple, well, they wanted to see candlelight. We do a lot of the orangey stuff here, and I guess here's a example of that. They wanted to see something a little bit more with the yellows, so we did that. And then I don't know which landscapes of Middle Earth that you've had a chance to see, but we got one here. Where's our latest one? There it is. Kind of the same colors, right? So a little bit of Lothlorien here, but even on the cooler side. So a lot of the same colors with Candle Guy and our landscape of Middle Earth. And I think you've seen Medjuseld and some of those other ones. All right, Lamines, again, I really, 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 really appreciate everything, and thanks so much. And yeah, it was so weird. I'll have to just kind of talk to you tomorrow about that. All right, so what are we doing here? We're adding, that's right, the radiant yellow here. And Teals, of course, if you want to post anything in the chat, I know you got a ton of different things that you can post, like your award-winning creature caster miniatures. And actually, yeah, Teals, what kind of stuff have you been working on lately the last month or so? And we're just going to lighten this up. Okay, there. I was just trying to actually also get a little color change, a little bit of a change there. All right, AD, thank you so much. I really appreciate you being here. And of course, everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. And AD, if on the way out you want to post your Insta thing again, your fabulous sculpt there. It's been a while since people have seen it here. There's a bunch of new folks, so show the new folks before you head out. Do I want to get the heck with it. I will do a little bit of the kind of a mid-tone cool color out here. I'm gonna see if I can come back in there. Maybe the indigo would do it. The indigo just might do it. Oh, you know what? Indigo plus Egyptian violet, because I don't know reasons. There. Everybody, please again check out AD Creations. Fabulous creation there. We'll do our a little bit of a dark reinforcement there. That's a violet there. So we're not doing any kind of black lining or nothing like that. There's no black in there at all. Oh gosh, we lost a little bit of his shape over here. Let me see if I can't get some really nice darks here on his boots. They started out darker, and then they started getting a little bit lighter and a little bit lighter. So we'll knock those back down again. Essentially, a super dark grayish violet, for lack of a better term. What about this fold here? That probably should be going over this one. I know, let me take a little bit of that away here. Okay, that's just I could, in theory, then go back in and lighten that up. Oh gosh, this stuff over here, I don't even know what some of this is. Again, a big old mold line runs right through that stuff, so we do what we can. I will also be doing a video, because we've done one magnetization video, right? And it's sort of like, well, here are these guys, right? Love doing the magnetized movement tree. I mean, look at this. I can shake them, do all this kind of stuff. They're not going anywhere whatsoever. But I want to... Shady... Oh, Shade Dynasties, thank you so much for that raid. Thank you so much. Holy smokes, Catmaster, how you doing? Now we got Opal's Shield. So Catmaster, nice to see you. Hey, Runic Raccoon, nice to see you too. We got Wisterio and Shady. Thank you so much. I'm just going to call Shady, but I know it's Shade Dynasties, but I like Shady. Sorry about that. So thank you so much for that raid. We are painting Song of Ice and Fire. We're painting it with oil. Oh, we have Astor Jedi. So Shady, there we go. 4 hours, 37 minutes ago, these two guys, they looked like this. They were just primer. That's just Badger Steino Res brushed on. That's it. These are, again, from Song of Ice and Fire. Let's see. And here's another member of the unit right there. So unit of 4 cav. We've got these 3 underway right now. And we'll show you some of the other stuff that we've also painted here. Thank you so much, Wister. Appreciate that. And along comes... we'll do a different Gandalf here. Wait a second. Hey, you know, Shadowfax, he looks bigger than you. It's like, oh, what? Kids can never be bigger than their parents. He's like, Dad? That's awkward. Thank you so much for the follows. Shady, thank you also. And of course, everybody, please give Shady a follow. Shady Nasties, thank you so much. Or Shady Dynasties. It's just like, well, we're kind of twisted here, so that's why we're reading that way. So thank you so much. I appreciate that. Here's some more of our stuff here. This is a recent stream that we just did, Saturday. This is about a 5 hour stream, 5 hours, 20 minutes, something like that. Also done with the oil paints. This is a 3D printed miniature done by Lethal Shadows Gaming. Here's some more Egyptian stuff. So there's another one. A little bit of object source lighting. Tool object source lights there. Then we've got some more 3D printed stuff. I'd never actually known what a Kirin was, but we painted one from, this is Lost Kingdoms miniatures, also done with the oils. Loot Studios, very fun mermaid here. Look at the fun skin tones here. And with the oils, all I had to literally do was just slap that green on there. We took a brush like this, and all we had to do was just mash it in there. It took a matter of seconds. No need to layer or glaze or anything like that. Even some of these other different skin tones here, we just have to plop the paint down there and then just kind of move it around with something like this, a blending brush. And of course, we do things like this. We do busts. Oh, here, let me get this out. So a nice little 3D printed bust like so. Little object source lighting. May or may not have done a little bit of freehand on this unit. I cannot confirm nor deny that. You can just look for yourself. Was there some freehand on these guys? I think so. Had a blast with this. Very fun kind of homemade Space Marine chapter there. Oh, thank you so much, JD. Appreciate that. So Cat Master, well, I don't know. I kind of hope you don't find that in the bathroom.
Little hobbits, spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Midwest Auto. I appreciate that. Oh, somewhere. Oh, we don't have our cars anywhere, do we? But thank you so much for that follow. Thank you so much for that. He's like, oh, you again. He's like, yeah, I'm the guy who dies. Fighting a Balrog, by the way. Shouldn't have had to do that. And I got a white robe and a new glow stick. That's a fabulous prize. Said nobody ever. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. Boy, we really need Bithron here. We need Bithron because these are quality, demented Middle-earth theater bits right here that we're doing. We need that. So thanks again, everybody, for all the follows and for the raid. So yeah, well, for those of you waiting for the Amazon series, yeah, so we'll get you kind of caught up here. So Boromir may or may not have helped the hobbits, kind of got control of the ring, but while he was in Moria, they got kind of suspicious of him. So he handed off the ring to Alex the cave troll here. He's like, bad idea, folks, because I don't have pants. So Alex kind of ate the ring. And cave trolls do not have a high quality diet, certainly not high fiber. And well, along came Galadriel, and she gave him 20 loaves of lambus bread. She said, well, that was a mess. Moria's never going to be the same, but check it out. Got me a ring. I'm dark and terrible. You love me, don't you? You despair, but you love me. That's a plus. So thank you so much again for the raid. Most people are like, what the heck is going on here? So Runic Raccoon, you got the Bolton Flayed Men. Oh, geez, Runic, I haven't painted those guys in forever. They seem like a million years ago, don't they? Like one of the first cavalry units. They were. Yes, I think they were the first cavalry unit. So when you kit bash some of the swords too. Well, Runic, I mean, you get down into the oils, all of a sudden you never know. You never know, all of a sudden you might be powering through those in no time flat. But she's quite the fashion maid, of course, again, because she's dark and terrible. That's the new dark and terrible fashion line right there. So again, so Shady. Again, if you want to share anything in the chat there, any Instagram links, Discord links, anything like that, so that folks can see what you have been working on, that would be really, really great. I'm sure they'd love to see it. So here, I'm actually going to go back in with some light there. Why not? We'll do that. We'll go back in with some light here. And Catmaster, I hope the things are reasonably okay for it. I know that things are always interesting. So let's see. Automaton. That sounds like quite the mess there. Here, let me get the little touch of light under the eye there. Then that little bit of musculature right there on the face. That's kind of important. So Cat Master. Oh, I could. Oh, geez. Sorry, Cat Master. Everybody, please also give Cat Master a follow. Yes, one of these days I'll be able to spit that out. And Cat Master, if you want to show anything of the stuff that you've been working on stream, of course, that would be fabulous. Runic, it's actually yeah. There's been at least 3 people on the in the chat here. You know, folks that are always around. They have used the Gamlin 1980s. I mean, they're not the artist color. They're not They're not Williamsburg or something like that. But they work really well. And actually, there's a tube of something. I don't know if it's some odorless thinner or something like that that comes in that set. People said that worked pretty well too. So again, it's serviceable, especially out of the gate. Yeah, Cat Master, a pat on the back and a kick in the pants simultaneously. That we're familiar with that. We are familiar with that particular phenomenon right there.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my
Thank you
gobshite.
so much, Monkeybeard, for that follow. And please, Shady Nasties has a post right there, an Instagram post. Check it out for the Sister of Battle mortifers. Line. I don't think those are in the starter box of sisters. We got a couple of sisters here. Where's our other one? Oh, here we go. We got a couple. Well, we have a few sisters. Oh, look at this. Wow, it's been a while since I've seen these. I haven't seen this one in a while. So here's this was our little kind of Celtic themed Sister of Battle army. Yeah, let's see. Oh, is it the Sisters of the Raven? That's right. Yes. We may or may not have done an army based on that. Oh, what the heck! We haven't showed them in forever. Thank you so much, Monkeybeard, for that follow. I appreciate that. We got to go back a little ways. Oh, here we go. Here we go. There's a lot of conversions in this. Nope, wrong one. Wrong one. Let's go way up there. Sisters of Battle. There you go. So all of those vehicles were converted massively in the case of the Exorcist and the other one there. And of course, we got that Highland Guard miniature from Victoria. I think there's even a Confrontation miniature. Oh, look at that. Now it's about a 25-year-old Angels from Void, that old game system. So we needed an Exorcist. We had to make one ourselves. That may or may not have been about 3 feet tall. It might have had 40 stained glass windows in it. Seriously, stained glass windows. We made the Aegis defense wall. So yeah, that was a bit of a project right there. That goes back a ways. Now here's the new stuff. That's one of our new army painting series right there with our Sisters of Battle. So very, very, very fun. That goes back to 2014, I want to say. I think yeah, that was 2014. That was my last tournament army there. That was the end of it there. So here, let me get back to my scene. So Runic, there was a thing several weeks ago back in May where Slobs decided to get rid of my microphone, and I had to be able to stream, I had to plug a different one in, and then when I plugged this one back in, it basically messed up all of these other scenes. And to fix that would require fixing about 320 scenes now. So that's waiting. That's waiting until we reset everything here. Now, that reset was supposed to happen in May. Other things happened here that said, nope, you're not doing that. So once that happens and everything is transferred, we will have an equal sound. But for now, unfortunately, especially those older scenes like that, so that was pretty fun in the not so fun way, because literally went to stream and people said we can't hear you. and it's the same microphone setup that I had used for 27 months on Twitch and years on YouTube and even on Facebook Live. So there was no reason for it not to work other than slobs being a slob. See what I did there? So yeah, I was gonna basically at early May, I was going to reset the entire area, and then, well, that's kind of what this is doing here. A few little things happened along the way, and we had to change course just a bit from that. We are hoping we're kind of we're kind of like going from the end back to the beginning. At least that's what I'm hoping is going to happen here. That as I do this other stuff, we kind of start in a backwards way, preparing things for reworking all of this stuff. At least that's the hope. Not the order I wanted to do it in, but it's kind of how it's going to be. All right, Shady, thank you so much for that. And everybody, please give Shady a follow. Thank you so much. So thank you so much. Appreciate that, Shady. Well, I think the most common thing that we use here from Spain would be Green Stuff World basing products, cut leaves, some of the other type of basing bits. Well, texture rollers. That's it. That's the thing here again. So here's just a tiny sampling of them. So that's the Green Stuff World Mosaic Tile Roller. Then, of course, we've got the Dwarf Texture Roller that we used on all of our... Here, let me see which one of these is the best to show it here. So there you go. So that's the Dwarf Texture Roller. We've used that on several armies already. And then, I mean, there's a bunch of different... There's Celtic theme rollers, all of those fabulous texture rollers, again, from Green Stuff World. Let's see what we've got. This is the Elf. Yeah, that's the Elf theme texture roller right there. So really fabulous stuff. Let's see. So Catmaster, Green Stuff World makes a fantastic hex roller. In fact, yeah. So this is when I combined. This is a Necron roller combined with the triple hex. So that's actually two different texture rollers right there combined together. Let me see. So I think we're pretty much caught up there. So Monkey Beard, what was it? Vallejo, that's a paint that all the cool kids like to use. And, well, there's a bunch of other stuff. Oh, Chimera. Chimera, that's the other thing. Also a Spanish thing. Oh, gosh, I'm sure there's a couple other ones I don't remember. Here, well, I guess they make this stuff in Spain, but when we're painting here, let me grab the... Oh, here we go. So this is what we're using. We're using traditional artist oils. Winsor, Newton, and Galvin, very similar in price, very similar in quality. Good, solid stuff. The Williamsburg, yes, it'll set you back more, but holy smokes, they're not kidding when they say handmade. It is really seriously high quality stuff. Really good. So Catmaster, there's got to be about a bazillion different textures. Here, let me... well, here's another one. What am I doing here? There's another texture roller. This is actually one of their newest releases. This is the Templar roller. We use this for the Baratheon Highgarden Riders, yeah. So that's one of the brand new rollers. And then, oh yeah, where's our... this guy, here we go. So this is the Regio Draco roller, I think, and we use this on our vamp counts there. This is another one of our new army painting series. That's actually the video that I've got to run off and edit tonight still. So yeah, we still have to go do that yet, and well, now it's 1:30 almost. Okay, here, let's get a couple more of our lights on his hair. I was just kind of waiting for that paint to set. Is it dry? Oh, heck no, it's not dry, but I did want to let that set. Here now, I'm not going to highlight that the same as here. I mean, it's in shadow, right? His head is literally over that part of the body. How in the world could that be highlighted? I suppose there's a temptation to do that, but got to avoid it. Monkey beard basing really is so key because here we can show you two very different themes. So there's your winter with the blood effects. There's a sand dune right there, and of course, you don't have to use necessarily the texture rollers. Let's show a couple of things here. Here we go. We'll use these two. All right. So Age of Sigmar 40K. It's the same type of basing. It's a bulletin board cork and a piece of Sculpey over the top, and we paint the design on there. Boom! You got yourself a theme instantaneously. Basically, it's like you're making a bunch of tiny little dioramas. Again, it can make your army have a really, really, really nice theme. It sure as heck sets it apart from everything else. Especially if you're in the tournament scene or whatever, and maybe you're looking for some soft score bonuses there. Doing a little something extra for your bases. Tree bark is another thing that we use here all the time. You could use mulch, do the same thing. And we have tons and tons and tons of videos, not just on the YouTube channel, not just on the Patreon page, but you can check out all of my past Twitch sessions. They're all saved as highlights, so it's kind of like a YouTube channel. Again, not going to put in too much light here. Cloak is sitting right over that. Over here, pretty much the same deal. Ain't that right, Landras? Ain't that just the truth? And Landras, I remember all the fabulous desert Star Wars theme, the Legion theme bases you did there. Man, those were spectacular. And of course, your latest one that you just showed me today, or was it last night? It's either today or last night. Man, that's it was well worth the effort, wasn't it? Because man, hot stuff. Yeah, Runic, the tree bark. I think it was about 2012 when I first was introduced to that. That's when I was doing a lot of Wild West Exodus stuff back in the day. And ever since, it's been. Well, this is tree bark, right? Yeah, this is tree bark. Yep, there you go, tree bark. And of course, here we got some of the armored wolf flower and grass stuff, some 3D printed bits on there, and then a little bit of the freehand, all done with the oils. Actually, that's on the YouTube channel, a shortened version, focusing on the flesh tone part there, or the flesh tone and tattoos. Nosferatu doing some basing right now. Yeah, baby. Yeah, Dave, I think there might be a convenient reason why they're saying, oh, the base should be downplayed. Well, because they may not want to do much on their bases aside from some rock and some static grass. Oh, hey, Steel. Thanks, Steels. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. So, Teal, I actually have a video on the YouTube channel that shows how you roll out the Sculpey and how you bake it. And it is literally just a sheet like so. Here, we'll grab a few. I think that's the kind of like the Eldar one. What is this one? Oh yeah, that's the Regio Draco one. So it's just a sheet of Sculpey. Here we got some bigger ones. Let me see if I can grab one of the larger ones here. Oh, nope. There's a larger sheet. So that's I think it's, well, that's a Vampire Counts one. Could have used that for the Vampire Counts. This is an Aztec roller, but you just roll it out like this, and then you take the texture roller, and then you actually impart the texture into it. You bake it, and once you bake it, you can break it. You can do all that good stuff to it. So really, really fabulous. Let me see what we got here. Is this more of... That's that Regio Draco roller. Again, you just roll it out flat, and then you roll over the top of it with the texture roller. So Monkey Beard, when I'm doing stuff like the texture sheets, I only use the extra firm gray Sculpey. The regular Sculpey, I use that for, well, things like these stones here. So here we go. So these stones right here, those are actually the white Scopi, the regular super Scopi, because it's really easy to carve, very easy to break. And you can take that a little bit further. We might have taken that just a bit further. Where's our Witch King? Here. So this is, there he is. That same little goblin you saw, look at how big that base is. And the fell beast is attached to it by those rocks that he's knocking over, or the stones that he's knocking off of that base. That is actually a gaming type of a thing, because those flying critters, what do they want to do? They want to fall over. Well, that base weighs significantly more, several times more than the miniature does. So good luck that thing trying to knock that sucker over. That's not going to want to fall over. So, and there's Armored Wolf that's got a link for you to the Scopi clay. So yeah, Monkey Beard, the extra firm gray Scopi, that is very, very strong. Now what is it, Scopi 3 or whatever it is that some people will use, the one that's all those different colors. I mean, you can use that, but it's going to be more rubbery. It's not going to carve as easily. It's not going to sand as easily. So again, the Scopi is just incredible. Now, what you can do with it. Now, I've even, for sci-fi bases, I've even made tubes and conduits and stuff out of it, baked it, and actually had ready-made stuff. I didn't have to use plastic card or bend polystyrene tubing or anything like that. I think we used some of that on our Mandalorians. Yes, on our Mandos. Those also painted on stream. Again, we do sculpting on stream. We've done terrain on stream, basing. We do 2D art also on the stream. And again, I want to thank everybody for all of the follows too, because, well, we're getting closer to that. Now that's the special number. We're kind of targeting an extra special number here. I wasn't quite sure. I didn't really think that the channel could get there, at least not quite so rapidly, but it just might get there. So thank you for all of the follows. I appreciate that. It gets us ever closer to that goal. I mean, there's no prize. It's kind of like Gandalf, right, with the white robe for getting killed by the Balrog. There's no special prize. Just would be fun to have. And we won't complain about it the way Gandalf does. Because that pipeweed has made Gandalf a very grumpy old Maiar. Now, oh, there you go. There's a TV show. There's a TV show. Grumpy old Maiar. It'll just be Gandalf and Saruman and Radagast and the two blue wizards. It'll be a special new TV show. Grumpy old Maiar. Yeah, let's get some Jarks right in this area. I think we're missing some of those.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Thank you, Sam Ram. I appreciate that. Hello, little hobbits. It's like, yeah, you know, that guy's just been making fun of you about the pipeweed and stuff, calling you a grumpy old man. He's like, well, think of what I used to look like and what I look like now. Wouldn't you be grumpy too? Thank you so much. So the brushes that I like to use the most, you can get these on Dick Blick, whatever, but they are from Princeton, Velvet Touch. They're just liner brushes. They are synthetic. This should only cost you about $5 to $5.50, something like that. Well, thanks, Catmaster. And Catmaster, of course, everybody please give Catmaster a follow. And, of course, say, Catmaster, when's your next stream? And just let folks in the chat know when your next stream is going to be so that they can check you out there. And you have yourself a good one. So, yeah, Dick Blick is any place that would sell. Again, the Princeton Velvet Touch brushes. Also, you wouldn't be too bad off with the Common. These are by Winsor Newton, also synthetic. You could try and get some liner brushes there, because obviously, you see, we use these all the time too. Uh, and again, the price, not too bad. We gave up on sable brushes a long time ago, sadly. Those just, the quality control on those is just plummeted. And again, thanks to everybody for all the follows. Appreciate that. We need to darken that too. Oh yeah, right there. I think we need another one right over here. Might also have to darken this part a bit more. So we'll cut that down. Don't need as much of a light there, I don't think. Cut that down too. Oh, Catmaster, that is, I mean, that's important for anybody, but I would imagine for you that chair, that gets magnified a lot. So yeah, I hope that your chair gets there and that it's not a pain to put together and get played out into action there for you. What are we doing here? There's some weird. I'm not sure what they sculpted on the bottom of his feet there. That's kind of weird. No big deal. Not like anybody's going to see that, but that was kind of funny. Here, I want to get me a little bit of this brown. That's the Van Dyke brown here on the underside of that robe. And let me see if I can go back down in there too, just to get some more darks there. Separate this. I don't. It's not like it's a. No, it's not padded. No, it's. I don't know what that is. We'll figure out what that might be. A little bit of dark over here. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. I think we're pretty solid on this. I'm going to try and get me some reflected light there on the stirrups. I'm going to use the radiant blue here. We'll see how that works. Just like that. And then some more lights over here. Yeah, that's doing it there. Reflected light there. Because remember, this is all going to be snow right here. That's all going to be snow. We have to reflect that. Think about it here. This is again our thing from Saturday. So you see the two wings right there? If that's going to be shiny gold on the back of his head, how in the world do those wings not reflect there? So that's why we reflected the body. We reflected this white here. See that? Now I'll use this. It'll be easier to see. Something like this here. So the white there is reflected there. The wings reflected there, right? And again, this is printed up for by Lethal Shadows Gaming. They're in the chat right now. Fantastic printing service. More of my light down here again to thinking about the reflection or the reflected light from the snow, because this whole thing is going to be covered pretty much. Now we're not going to do the blood effects, but just like this Azog from Diwali right here, it's another 3D print right there. So yeah, actually, ironically enough, Kathy had a new chair fund that she was doing. She had really just started that when all of a sudden just things started to kind of act up. It kind of began in April, really. And then it was May where things really just went bonkers. And she never did get a chance to complete that. But we do appreciate everybody that has also contributed again, well, to this, of course, and then also to all the folks that have sent the Amazon wish list stuff. That makes a huge difference. Already has, and there's some more things that we're going to be trying to set her up with tomorrow. That's why I don't think I'll be able to stream during the day tomorrow. Possibly, maybe Wednesday. And good luck there, Catmaster. Again, I hope that everything works out really well. I'm going to just tiny bit right there. Yeah. gosh. All right, whatever. They've got his yeah. I don't know. The scabbard's got some dings and nicks and cuts in it. Okay, fine. We'll put some a little bit of lights on those. I want to go back to this guy because right there, I'm going to get some of that lighter radiant. Well, maybe we'll make it radiant gray, radiant green, and radiant violet. That's our favorite gray. Poof right along there, some there. Okay. So yeah, ironically enough, that is the of all the things that I was looking to get to make the new setup here. Uh, I'm sure that there's way better chairs than what I got. That was not the thing I was worried about at all. It's like, nope, we're just gonna keep using this here chair. I don't care about the stupid chair, although it's a big deal. We'll worry about that much later. I just want to get the setup going. That's more important. I'm trying to find a few more little highlights on his boots right there. Uh, Here we are. The desk itself will probably make a big difference because the table, the junky table we're using, was never meant for this type of chair anyways, ever. Alright, I'm going to take the blending brush there, just take a little bit of that away. There we go. Alright, so now that it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning, I think now we're going to try and head on over to Drax. Before Drax tries to raid us, let's just bamboozle Drax right here. So there we go. And oh, because he's working on his AOS army again, his vamp counts. So I do want to say thank you so much to everybody again that also folks contributed to this. The follows, the raids, the subs, all that stuff really, really, really helps. Here's our two figures again, 5 hours, 11 minutes start to finish on these guys. From just primer to this, there you have it. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf. That's appreciated. And also, too, thanks to everybody doing the wish list thing on Amazon. We really appreciate that. And thanks, Nosferatu, for hanging out with me. Here, we'll get the raid countdown going now. We'll get that started. That takes about 20 seconds. So, oh, where's our third guy? Here we go. So there's our 3 horsies, and we'll do a lighter gray one on the last one. But that's, I think, going to be a tutorial video that we will do next. So thanks again, everybody. Appreciate it.